All right, welcome everyone, and I would like to call to order the Council of Policies and Priorities Committee meeting for Monday, February 7th, 2022 at 10 a.m. And at this time, as I said, I'd like to welcome everybody, those that may be joining us electronically as well as those in attendance. And I would ask if there are any added items. Seeing none, I will call for an adoption of the agenda. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Blatz?
Thank you to Deputy Mayor Wilson. I move that we accept the agenda for the Policies and Priorities meeting for Monday, February 7th, 2022.
All in favor? Unanimous support, motion passed. At this time, I would ask if there are any adjustments to the previous minutes, corrections? Okay. Nope, we'll stand with request if there are any changes or revisions, and then we'll ask for the motion. Thank you. Seeing none, I will ask now for the motion to adopt the previous Policies and Priorities meeting minutes. Councillor Dahl, or Mayor Dahl, sorry.
Thank you very much. I move the minutes from December 6, 2021, Committee of Council Policy and Priorities.
All those in favor? Unanimous support. That motion is passed to adopt the previous meeting minutes. Moving right along then, at this time I will ask Director Andrew to speak to the Olds Fire Department quarterly report. And welcome him to the microphone.
Thank you. I'm just scrolling through here to our presentation. So, reporting fourth quarter statistics for the Olds Fire Department. Total number of incidents in this quarter were 94. Based on the information we have here, our turnout time statistic, which is the time from the caller placing the 911 call to the time that we have an effective response force rolling out the door ready to deal with an emergency. We've broken it down to both rural and urban. For rural, it's 5 minutes 27 seconds, and urban was 6 minutes and 34 seconds, which again is a very respectable time frame in my opinion, given the nature of people being summoned from home or work or whatever. The difference between rural and urban, why it's there's such a vast difference, again, depends mainly on the time of day when the calls occur, which I'll explain a little further when we go into it, because you'll see in this last quarter there was a substantial difference, but our call demographics are very different, where we were seeing the majority of our urban incidents occurring in the middle of the night from midnight to 4 a.m. versus during the daytime, which will typically respond quicker simply because people are up and around. So our average number of firefighters responding to these incidents, again, on a rural basis was 7 and urban is 6. This number looks uncharacteristically low, but again, this is a statistic that's driven from the number of firefighters that actually arrive on scene that mitigate the incident. So this number actually shows that the majority of our incidents are managed with an effective response force of 4 to 5 firefighters the majority of the time. So the example I'd give is that if we respond to a medical assist call or an alarm activation type incident, it only takes that initial response to be able to manage the situation, as opposed to a full-blown fire or a motor vehicle collision where we could have, you know, a dozen or more firefighters for several hours. So that's the average. Breaking down again with the rural incidents, we had 44, and looking at the page with our color correspondence, orange would be a fire-related incident, the dark blue is medical, and the light blue is other. So you can see that, again, there are a variety of calls, that there was no prominent situations, you know, something that's uncharacteristic, that a particular type of incident that caused us grief. So again, I won't go into all the pieces, but in the package there we do have them listed out as far as which incidents we respond to, and the breakdown being, again, fire, medical, and other.
I think we have a question from Mayor Dahl.
Oh, certainly.
Is that the process you would like to ask as you go, or?
I'm open to either or, whatever you'd like to do. So by all means, please ask.
Could I just get you to explain the non-fire calls? They seem to be high when I look at all the areas in your report. What
Yep.
are they?
For sure. So the way that our RMS system works right now is that it breaks down between a fire response, which would actually be, something like a structure fire or where there's a dollar loss value attached to the incident, and a non-fire call would be anything that's smoke investigation, bylaw type issues like backyard burning, alarm systems, all those kind of calls. So a majority of our calls do fall into that category, which is a good thing, obviously, because the more fire-related calls are, the higher the loss.
Elemental, if you get repeat offenders, or they're not offenders, but if you get repeat calls, how would you deal with that? Is there a fee for that, or is it something that you try and just work with them?
Yeah, so we do have in the fire bylaw that we do have provision that if we have repeat false activations of an alarm system, that after the third incident within a calendar year, then there is a fee associated, which covers the cost of the response. So I can say that in 2021, we had very few instances where we got to the situation where that was the issue, which has come a long way because our full-time fire inspection program has actually worked with business owners and properties that have alarm systems to have them serviced. So we are in really good position that way.
Councillor Cummings?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Justin, just a clarification there. You identified 3 things on the graph, but there are 4 colors. I was not
Yes.
sure what the actual light blue means.
Sorry, I actually did misspeak in that. So the light blue is the non-fire related calls, and so the gray is other. So yes, so some of those pieces, our lovely color chart doesn't add that in the legend down below. So I'll have to ask why that is because I don't know the answer to that. Okay, so going down further, just one piece that we do pull aside, if you'll notice that there is the vehicle collision. We had 8 of those 12 incidents listed as highway collisions. So those are motor vehicle collision incidents that are on Alberta numbered highways, such as Highway 2, Highway 27, 766, such as that. So we do break those apart and identify, because right now in the system, when we say a vehicle collision, it all goes to the rural, which is actually not Mountain View County proper, it's actually Alberta Highways. So we are extracting that data to accurately reflect that. The one piece was a mutual aid call to rural Bowden in the 4th quarter. So again, we do like to document that as well. And again, because it's outside of our normal jurisdiction, the statistics go to the rural response. And again, it's to Bowden to assist. Urban incidents. So we were at 50 in this last quarter, and again, these numbers are pretty standard, and we had a couple of fire incidents in the last quarter, and again, based on the activity there just prior to Christmas or at Christmas, we had some fires and in the cold weather, so that changes that demographic, but otherwise pretty standard for us that the numbers are not exceptional in any way, shape, or form, which is a nice thing for us to see that we don't have any trends or issues that we need to deal with. The one piece that isn't reported on here is our time spent on some of these calls. And again, the medical calls are accounting for a very large portion of our response, which is very typical in most fire departments these days. And the one piece that we are seeing is there is an increasing trend on the time spent on these calls, and that has again been attributed to some of the issues that AHS EMS has had with ambulance shortages and or service delivery delays as far as having an ambulance in the community. I can say that there haven't been any specific incidents as of late that are exceptional as far as that goes, so we are enjoying that currently, but again, it's a pretty volatile situation, and hopefully we'll see some improvements in the next quarter. The next slide just shows the outlining of our responses based on the time of day. And as you can see in this top slide, that the majority of our rural calls are occurring in that period of time between noon and 10 p.m. And so again, that's where we start to look at the difference in our response time. So when we have the daytime hours with our firefighting force typically at home in the afternoon and evening times, that's where you're going to see a faster shoot time or total response time for us, because they're ready to go quite quickly. When we start to look at the urban numbers, we can see that a large piece of our demographic has been happening in urban between that midnight and 4 a.m. And you can see that they are mostly the medical type calls. So again, that has an influence on the statistics. So again, I'm not too worried that our times are out of alignment with what the realities are. And again, because you're looking at a very small population of value, it makes those numbers look big. But again, I don't see any red alerts there for us at all. The last piece, and I don't have this slide because this came as an extra item afterwards, and I just wanted to recap the 2021 year, that our total number of incidents were 385 for the year. And when we look at our overall average shoot time or turnout time, rural, we were at 9 minutes and 15 seconds, and urban was 10 minutes and 56 seconds. So again, a very respectable number for either demographic for a paid on-call firefighting force. And like I say, that's bringing all of your people from home or work or wherever, getting them suited up and out the door in an effective fashion. So this isn't one firefighter responding, this is an entire fire engine that's able to put water on fire or mitigate an incident. So again, very respectable number for us, and I'm quite happy with it. And so we're going to continue to streamline and improve where we can. And again, the total number of incidents, we were up again after 2021. 2020, we saw a decline in incidents, and that was mostly because the onset of COVID slowed us right down for a 2-month period. 2021, we resumed more of a normal stature, and we are averaging over a call a day. Is just a very happy number for us currently, and I see that in the future.
Thank you. Just to take a back, the shoot time, sorry, is that turnout plus travel, or is that simply just turnout?
That's simply turnout. So yeah, that's from the time of the call is placed to the time that truck is rolling out the door, ready to go. Yeah. And then the next demographic, and we would go into that further, would be our total response time, which would take that next piece and incorporate travel into it.
And I know we talked about it, I think, very early after the election, through the orientations and the onboarding and everything, and the trending of what that data would look like. And I don't want to create an administrative burden. I don't know how accessible that information is, whether we're talking simply turnout or turnout plus travel, but it would be interesting to see the trending. Again, if it's fairly readily accessible. I don't want to
Yep.
create a whole bunch of administrative work to.
No, the data is available, and as our records management program evolves, we have that accessibility to provide that more readily, for sure. And the interesting piece is I don't want to speak with a generalized term without the statistics in front of me, but you know, in an urban setting, like 15 minutes would be on the excessive end of our total response time. So there's really nowhere in Olds that we aren't going to be with an effective response greater than 15 minutes, unless there's a very rare occasion of exceptional circumstance. And that's a very strong number, again, for a paid on-call fire department and our geographic size.
And thank you. And then just to follow up on the average firefighter, so that's total incident. What are the stats, or what do we strive for relative to an actual fire response? I assume we would look for more than 7 or 6.
Yeah, a typical, so for a structure fire response, we would be looking for a minimum of 16 firefighters is kind of the industry standard. And again, we are very rarely, and I can't, again, because I don't have that data in front of me to tell you with 100% certainty, but if we can't provide that minimum number, with our own resources, then that's when we would activate mutual aid for assistance, and we have not had an incident within the town of Olds that's required that mutual aid activation in the last quarter. So we are meeting that requirement and very solid with that for sure. The good thing is with these statistics, again, that it speaks to it, is that with our program, we're not activating all 43 firefighters every time that the pager goes off to come down to the hall when they're not needed. So we have a very good system of kind of, I don't know, monitoring or allocating resources as required, because it costs us money every time that the pagers go off. So it's great that our people can look and see who's coming, and they can say, okay, we've got an adequate response for this incident, so I'm going to basically go back to doing what I'm doing, and if they need me, we call again. And so, yeah, it is, we truly are benefiting from the best organization and system we can right now with manpower, for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Justin, again, during our orientation training, you had mentioned that there was a desire to train more personnel as full paramedics within the department. Well, when I'm looking at these numbers and the majority of our call-outs are all medical, how are we doing with the training of the goal of training more of your firefighters as paramedics?
So currently we are in a pretty good situation that as far as training them to be paramedics, we're not advancing on that as of yet, but the first stage of this is that we do have in-house trainers that are training our firefighters to be advanced first aiders, which is the first entry-level piece of the medical response piece. So that program has been in place now for a couple of years, and so we have approximately a dozen members that are trained and certified at that level, and that's pretty strong, actually. That's probably above industry standard for most departments our size and demographic. The next stage would be if we actually wanted them to advance to the paramedic level. There is a substantial cost to that, and so that was never budgeted for in advance. So we haven't been able to pursue that, but we're looking at there's two levels of paramedics. So there's primary care and then advanced care paramedic. A primary care paramedic, the cost of training would be upwards of $5,000 per person. So you can see that obviously is cost prohibitive for us. And an advanced care paramedic, you're looking at between $10,000 and $15,000. So again, that's not typically in the cards unless we have a specific budget for it. But the one piece that we are working on and utilizing is, again, at the basic level, our advanced first aiders are providing a very good entry-level service, and it's more than just first aid. So it's not like they're going to put a bandage on somebody's cut. They're actually administering oxygen and doing a more aggressive type of that primary entry-level care. And so, yes, I would like to promote more, and I'd definitely like to present business case to council for future consideration about what level of medical care would like to be provided in the town, and what's a sustainable and reasonable path for us to pursue that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, including yourself, Justin, how many paramedics do we have in the department?
So there currently are 2 advanced care paramedics, including myself, and we have 2 primary care paramedics. So again, that number has fluctuated over the years based on our membership, and again, it's mostly because it's been very difficult to sustain that type of training with the change to Alberta Health Services administering EMS. It's not as simple or as easy as it used to be for our people to train and stay current with that level. It costs $500 a year membership to maintain your certification as a designated professional, and again, that's a cost that people aren't willing to bear on their own if it's not supplemented. So again, these are that bigger conversation about what we would like to see in our community and how we can get there sustainably.
Councillor Ryan?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, through you to Director Andrew. Director Andrew, with regards to the medical call-outs, so I would imagine you've tracked them on here. Could you give us a percentage of how much of the medical calls that the department takes? And also, are you tracking the costs involved, or getting a sort of an estimate on the costs involved in this, just for the medical calls that you're taking?
So Inadvertently, we can track the costs, and it's typically as a manpower piece, so we can extract that data if we dug in deep enough to say, okay, we've responded to this many medical calls in the year and the average number of people that went and average pay. We can definitely do that. So the reality is that in most fire services throughout Alberta, North America, in fact, that medical response is a big portion of what fire service is these days, and that's again just because those resources are readily available and controlled by the municipality. So again, that number fluctuates based on the service level that councils place on the fire service, whether you want us responding to all calls or no calls or only the acute emergencies, and we can modify that at our own discretion. So if we wanted to provide a higher level of service to our citizens with a few clicks of a button on a computer program, I could increase our call volume by 200 calls a year in the snap of a finger, just because we change our demographic, how we respond. The current demographic that we have, I've tweaked and worked on over the last couple of years, where I feel that it's a very delicate balance where we are providing a good level of service for critical nature or situations where there's no ambulance available for a delayed period. So again, I'm certainly open to discuss that further with council and show you what that looks like, and then try to give you the best information you can have to make those decisions for yourselves if you want to see that service level increase or stay the same or decrease for that matter. But we certainly are in a good position that we are not encountering situations where if an ambulance is not available for greater than 17 minutes, we will respond to all levels of calls. So you wouldn't hear these same situations in some municipalities where there was no service provided because the ambulance was a long ways away and the fire department wasn't called. We have that in place right now. So and again, the higher the critical nature of the call, the faster we get activated for those types of calls. If that answers your question.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, it does. But also, I think it might be a topic that we'll have to discuss further at service level review. And certainly, if you could come to service level review with some of those numbers, because obviously, medical and health services is part of AHS's responsibility. And I think we need to have a discussion as how far we go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, absolutely. I can have that preparation. And again, there are pieces. We've talked about this, over the last few years, obviously, is that many municipalities are advocating to AHS to cover the costs of this kind of a service. And it's been very strongly communicated that they don't, because basically it's up to each community to decide what they do. Doesn't mean that we stop asking, and having this information is certainly strong. And again, what we spoke to earlier before Christmas was the potential for us to offer a little higher level of service through fully utilizing the scope of practice of myself and the other advanced care paramedic. Again, there are costs associated where it's kind of the one-time cost of equipment, and if council chose that was a level of service that they wanted to support, then we could discuss it and figure out if that's sustainable. Again, I do struggle with this, that we go too far down that rabbit hole, like you say, because the reality is are there going to be changes implemented through the province to make this better? And is this a one-time blip because of COVID that's causing extreme pressure on the situation? Or is this actually kind of the new norm that we're going to see continued? And that is my concern right now, is that yes, COVID has put pressure on the medical system, but I also see trends that are showing that this is becoming more of a norm than an exception. So that is definitely a deeper conversation to have.
Anything else?
Thank you. I just was saying that, I agree with Director Andrew. The government, I think, is getting a lot of pressure as well from other sources, not just from municipalities, but I think it'll be an interesting to see how far this will go. But thank you.
Yeah, and I would just echo those comments. Certainly the discussion would be beneficial around the service level. I know the provincial government just recently announced that they're undertaking a study around dispatch along with AHS, so it'll be interesting to see what comes out of that. And then you did mention earlier, Director Andrew, that we haven't yet recently had red alerts within the town of Olds relative to ambulance availability, correct?
To my knowledge,
Yeah.
yes, no, I haven't seen any recently.
Okay, good, thank you. Any further questions for Director Andrew? Councilor Blatz?
Thank you. On average, then, through you, Chair Wilson, to Director Andrew, in a bigger center, is it quite a common practice for all the firefighters to be either an advanced care paramedic or a primary care paramedic? Because I'm thinking we are on that cusp where we're going to have to start looking very much into the future. Because whether this is a COVID-related issue, a one-off, or this is going to become a normal trend, as you've indicated, I think this is something definitely we need to start looking at for the future and be planning for at least, upwards to 5 to 10 years, for sure. So I was just curious about those demographics per se.
Right. So in the fire industry in general, it is very common practice that a minimum medical training level is expected in employment, whether it's full-time or volunteer. That level does change depending on where you're at and what level of service, again, that service has provided. I can give you the example with Calgary Fire Department. Their minimum level of training for medical for their members is the advanced first aid, which is what we are doing. So that is the standard that they provide. City of Red Deer requirement is at the very minimum you have to be a primary care paramedic, and it's preferred to be an advanced care paramedic. Now again, a different service model because the City of Red Deer provides EMS services as a contract provider to AHS. So again, that's kind of the whole gambit in between. Like I say, if we get to the point where all of our members were at the very minimal advanced first aid, we would be doing very well with our existing budget and conditions, and that's the goal that we hope to obtain as we go through. But yes, there should be provision. I do believe that we can offer a higher level to our members, and there's many methods that we could do that with, whether it's service contracts where if we make an investment in your education and training to do that, then you would provide us a guarantee of service for a period of time, which is a very common practice in the industry. And the whole piece is to prevent the people that are coming here to utilize training dollars and then advancing their career and leaving. That is inevitable. It can happen anyway, but if you say, okay, well, if you give us 2 years of service, we'll pay for your primary care paramedic, that's a pretty good exchange, and that might be a good incentive for recruitment and retention. So absolutely lots of opportunity there.
Continue, Director Blair.
Thank you. Then my final comment then is I look forward to our service level review, because I think you should be able to bring us some very good information that will help us make some better decisions, I think, in the future as to what direction we should take this. Thank you so much.
Councilor Ryan?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I was wondering, through you to Director Andrew, if we were going to see a year-end report as well, and if we were going to have a comparison from, 2020 to 2021.
Yes, we can provide that information and put those together, and I do apologize. We would have had it for this point, but when our records management system had changed, we basically lost our previous data to compare it, or we haven't lost it. It takes a lot more work to put it together, and so I do apologize that time we did not have to get it there, but we will get that together for you for sure.
So thank you. Maybe present it at the next PMP.
Any further questions for Director Andrew? Go ahead, Councilor Ryan.
I was just going to move, Deputy Mayor Wilson, that we accept the fourth quarter statistics report from our Director of Protective Services, Director Andrew, for your information.
All those in favor and support? Unanimous, motion so passed. Thank you, Director Andrew, for your report. Moving along with our agenda, second item on the reports and statistics, Staff Sergeant Wright. Welcome.
Thank you. All right. I don't have control over this. Yeah, if you don't mind. Be easier. I just got over COVID, so I'm gonna keep my mask on. I did the requisite time at home, so. Okay. So this is my third quarter report. Again, with the RCMP, we typically do things a little bit differently in that our fiscal year starts April 1st, ends March 31st. So this reporting period is inclusive of October 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2021. So the information contained herein is already past tense. Before I get into addressing the community priorities, I'd just like to say that it's about this time of year that I approach all of my municipalities and request that they start thinking about their annual policing priorities for April 1st. That being said, certainly there's absolutely, these are really, really good ones in terms of crime reduction, road safety, community engagement, and visibility. I will be presenting Mayor and Council with a more formal request letter pertaining to these priorities and what I'm looking for. One of the things I could suggest potentially is merging community engagement and visibility together because they're very like-minded. But that being said, certainly these are your priorities, and you just let me know if they're going to stay the same or they're going to change or you're going to add something or delete something. So with regards to crime reduction, our initiatives pertain around tracking habitual offenders in terms of more prolific offenders that reside in Olds that are on judicial imposed conditions, such as in terms of curfew and other conditions that we can attend to the residents and ensure that they're abiding by their house arrest. We had 4 subjects under charge in the town of Olds, and we completed 19 compliance checks during that period. The numbers tend to fluctuate depending on whether or not the subjects are abiding by their conditions or their court processes have run their course and they're no longer on conditions. Second one is road safety. October 12th, the RCMP in Olds, the Innisfil Integrated Traffic Unit, and the town CPOs conducted a joint forces operation check stop in Olds. 150 mandatory alcohol screening tests were completed on motorists, of which only 1 failed and received provincial immediate roadside sanctions. That is incredibly impressive. Very happy to see that. The traffic strategies continue to develop in consultation with the town CPOs, and we ourselves, the RCMP in Olds, wrote 59 tickets within the last 3 months. We completed 16 check stops, some of which were with the CPOs. 3 were. 3 impaired drivers were located and arrested and charged criminally, while 10 drivers failed mandatory alcohol screening and were given immediate provincial sanctions. Community engagement, that's my specialty. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just scroll back, and I don't know why Key Division sets up this the way it does, but what I did last report was I broke it down between what the detachment commander, does in the community versus what our community resource officer, Morley Stachuk, does. Unfortunately, Morley took ill prior to this report being prepared, and I did not have his information, so what you see here is mine. We had a town hall, the RCMP sponsored a town hall on October 14th, 2021 at the fire hall. We had to do it virtually due to COVID. Happy to say that there was 12 participants. We tried to advertise as best as possible through the newspaper and the radio and social media, but in the end, when I did the math, there was actually just one town resident that participated, and the rest were either RCMP, elected officials, or town employees. We did go through some pretty interesting information in terms of perceptions. It was stated to me that people who get their vehicles specifically stolen have a perception of helplessness, and there was some concerns over the RCMP response to that and whether or not the RCMP were attending some of these calls. And of course, I did look into them, and I can tell you that in some cases, a lot of crime that's discussed at these forums historically was not actually reported to the police. And that being said, in some rare cases, we do have a process called the callback unit that does take our calls for service and prioritizes them as a lower priority and often just records them into the system but does not actually notify the detachment. Therefore, we aren't aware that the file came in and that we need to contact that victim. So we're working on that to try to mitigate those things, because my expectation is any Olds resident that phones the police looking for assistance in reporting a crime has to get a call back by an RCMP officer. It's a work in progress. Yes?
Thank you. When, on your point number 2, where it speaks to public perception, with regards to property crimes, I'm aware from the past, I'm not sure if it's current to do with this situation of the crimes. The victims are not sure if there's been an actual investigation into their complaints beyond simply documenting the occurrence.
Right.
I understand a lot of that came from the background of the Imperial Estates industrial area. Is that basically where you're finding those complaints coming from?
And to be honest with you, I can't actually source them specifically. It was more just a general feeling that was brought to my attention versus specific examples, locations, and times. I couldn't even tell you, in some cases, when these examples are brought to my attention, how old the examples are.
That's correct. And would they be eventually sought out and asked if they had cameras, et cetera, and how they could resolve the issue?
Sorry, Mayor Dahl, just in terms of your question,
Well, for example, if there was a business that was getting reoccurring break-ins, for example, which I've heard in that area, is there an opportunity for that business owner to actually sit and understand what they need to do to try and avoid this with the RCMP? Are they doing that?
well, it's my expectation that the attending constable will have conversations, not just sort of take photographs and take statements and understand what was stolen, but actually talk about crime prevention. It's my understanding. That being said, it's hard to say in terms of historical cases, but that's certainly the culture that I'm trying to develop at the detachment, and in terms of my expectations that we're providing not just a reactive service, but we're also looking at the proactive aspect of it and trying to prevent further crime from happening to some of these residents and business owners. All right. We also talked about the Olds Police Advisory Committee, as well as the Youth Justice Committee that is responsible for restorative justice. And I'm happy to report that that is well underway. We did have our first, I'm going to skip ahead here. Did have our first meeting on December 8th, where we had approximately 12 participants attend, including the director and myself. And Morley Stachuk was there, as well as the appointed committee members. From there, we were able to sort of get our feet from underneath us, and we had another meeting, I believe, on January 15th, organizational meeting. These meetings are meetings are currently scheduled monthly, and until it's my understanding, just being a participant and not the leader of the meeting, that these things will be going ahead monthly for at least the next little while until we are firmly established and we're on a bit of a roll in terms of these meetings. My understanding is that we have one this Thursday, actually. We're starting to bring in some guest speakers, as well as we've provided certainly an opportunity for people to understand that it's a collective think tank, and that we're talking about community engagement issues as well as crime reduction issues. And we've started developing some really good discussions, and I look forward to things as they progress. But we're still sort of in the introductory stages. Aside from that, myself and the detachment members participated in the Remembrance Day on November 11th. I participated in the town's Métis Week ceremony and flag raising ceremony on November 15th. Myself and Courtney Harding participated / did traffic control and kept people off the railway tracks on November 26th during the Santa Claus Parade, which was cold. I also hosted a visit from council on November 29th, just sort of doing a walkthrough of the detachment. Okay. Lastly, visibility. Olds members continue to make their uniform presence within the town of Olds on a daily and nightly basis. Our community resource officer was very active the last quarter in terms of his duties, and participated with the virtual town hall as well as the OPEC meeting. Further, well, that's about it. We also participated in the cherry check stop with or fill a boot with the fire department late December. In terms of the statistics, I reviewed the statistics for the town of Olds in comparison from 2020 to 2021. And of interest, you'll notice the persons crimes have increased 35% during that quarter over the same time last year. That is as a direct result of mental health and family violence. The rest are very marginal increases. Some are decreases. Is there any questions pertaining to this stats?
I have a question, but I certainly would like to, on behalf of council, you can go back and tell your staff that their visibility, thank you very much for having that in the community, and it's really greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Councillor Ryan?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, and through you to Staff Sergeant Warren. I was wondering about the motor vehicle collisions from 2020 to 2021 and how they doubled. I'm just wondering, is there a specific location in town where there's a problem, or is this just a weird occurrence for it to double numbers?
And to be honest with you, Councillor Ryan, I don't actually have that information. I can't tell you if it's a specific intersection or a stretch of road that's subject to those accidents or not.
Yeah, thank you.
Could I ask my director?
Just a supplemental to the piece. The one thing that's interesting is the demographic difference between fire response and RCMP for motor vehicle collisions. Typically, the fire department responds to any substantial collisions that would involve like fluids leaking from a car, or where somebody would require extrication or something to that. And those numbers are very, very low in the town. The RCMP numbers are quite high, and that's because if two people run into each other at the parking lot of the co-op, for example, then because of the insurance regulations, it has to be reported for it to go through insurance. So you're seeing all of that demographic reported from Staff Sergeant Wright, as opposed to a specific problem area, if you will, of intersection safety and things like that. So I would say that we are inherently, any of the dangerous intersections are managed quite well, and we don't have any specific problems per se. Knock on wood.
Okay, thank you, Director Andrews. So would there have been a change in the reporting then from 2020 to 2021, going from 35 to 70?
That I can't speak to. Again, this is the new format of reporting that came in last year sometime, and so I don't know if there was a change in how that went through. Again, it could be accurate reporting in the fact that with COVID, traffic patterns were very different. People were not traveling the same way that they were previously, and or again, a mild winter had an impact because our motor vehicle collision response for last year was down at levels that we hadn't seen in many years before. So that could just be the truth of the data.
Okay, so then 2020 may have just been an anomaly. Yeah, okay,
sure.
super.
Yep.
Thank you.
Just a question, you mentioned mental wealth, or mental health and wellness, and family violence were contributors to the personal crime. Just wondering what the RCMP does to better equip yourself with the skills and the ability to respond to those situations.
The RCMP, just in terms of the mental health component, as it leads to domestic violence. The RCMP is trained to respond to calls for mental health. We offer internal courses, both Agora online training, as well as we host subject matter experts coming in, providing one-day workshops in terms of not so much the assessment of the mental illness, but just the de-escalation of the behavior. And if necessary, depending on what threat level that they're possessing to themselves or other people around them, we're also trained to deal with people needing medical assistance by pursuing a Form 10 under the Mental Health Act and traveling with them to Red Deer, where they have a mental health ward at the Red Deer Hospital. A lot of it is on-the-job training, but some of it is also classroom.
Sensitive, delicate situation for yourselves and for the individual involved. And I think, yeah, the key word that you mentioned was the de-escalation to try and handle those situations. So, thank you.
I'll just add, there is a new unit out of the Cochrane Detachment that is a combined mentally health trained RCMP as well as a mental health nurse for Alberta Health Services, and they're combined into one vehicle. And they are to respond either directly or in an assistance capacity to neighboring detachments, of which OLS falls into that. Now that's, originally it was a pilot project. It's supposed to start in the middle of March. In the past, we have been relying on, if necessary, relying on some assistance out of Red Deer City. But now that we have the Cochrane, they're going to be a 24-hour resource for us. We don't expect them to drive up to OLS per se. They just, if we have any questions or we need some assistance looking at it, then they're going to be available to us.
That's
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Through you then to Staff Sergeant Wright. I noticed here on your fail to comply and breach, as in, I'm sorry if you, I apologize if I missed it if you've already touched on this, but in 2020 we had 81 incidents or occurrences, and then in 2021, 39. Exactly what would those be, and why was it so high in 2020 and down again in 2021? Is this, do you think, COVID-related type incidents where you had to respond, or?
Am I on the right page?
Page 25 of our agenda.
Oh,
Keep,
all right. Bear with me, please.
Right
Yeah, there we
here.
go.
Okay. Here
Right
we
at the very
go.
bottom.
Failed to comply. All right, yeah, so over the years, statistically, in this quarter, we went 40, 41, 34, then a spike of 81, and back down to 39, which is pretty par with the previous years. Last year, I wasn't here, however, that being said, I can probably give an educated guess that the reason why that we did have double, essentially, is because we probably had a handful of individuals in our community that were under conditions that were not abiding by their conditions, and enforcement was made. That being said, it would appear that they're either not continuing on their behavior or they left the community.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Sure. Story. Still getting used to this new format, to be honest with you. All right, in terms of municipal positions, we have 11 municipal positions. 10 are working. The only one that's not, which is a hard vacancy, is still the sergeant's position. That being said, I just recently was made aware that they're not going to go promotionally on that sergeant's position, that they've identified a candidate from Northern Alberta who is incredibly experienced and wanting to move to Olds. So my understanding is they've offered him the position. The rumor mill says that he's accepted it, but nobody has officially told me yet. So if that's the case, then I'm hopeful we will have our sergeant by summertime. We'll be completely full. Other than that, I guess stats do fluctuate from year to year. Sometimes it's socioeconomic, sometimes it just depends on who's in town at the time. All right. Is there any questions?
Seeing none, can I ask for a motion to accept Staff Sergeant Wright's report as information? Councillor Blatz?
Oh, thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I so move that we accept the second quarter report from the RCMP for information.
All of those in favor? Supported unanimously. Thank you very much. And thank you to Staff Sergeant Wright for your report and your time.
Thank you.
Stay well, stay safe. Next item on the agenda, looks like we bring back Director Andrew, Olds Municipal Enforcement.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll report fourth quarter statistics for municipal enforcement. Sergeant Christensen sends his regards, was not able to be here today for a training opportunity, so I'll try to do it justice, but I know if there's things that come up that he would be happy to fill in the blanks for us. Fourth quarter gives a snapshot of the typical responses that were dealt with municipal enforcement. The one that stands out the most is community standards. So these are things such as sidewalks, snow removal, all of those type things that come with snowfall that we had before Christmas. So a lot of activity, a lot of file numbers that were generated with municipal enforcement. So the big thing to indicate here is that we are seeing a substantial increase there year over year, where we start to see, again, these types of occurrences or files are based on snowfall. So if we have a mild period of time, then of course there's not that much activity. If we have lots of snow, you can see how busy they would be. And so again, because December area we had lots of snow, they were quite busy. Again, 1,252 files there in that period, or that was for last year, 2020. 2021 was just under 1,200, was 1,195, I believe it says. So very, very typical there. Again, these statistics that come through contact reports, so those are things where they have to reach out. Somebody has submitted a report a problem or made a phone call through our dispatch system to report some kind of an issue. So they are having to reach out to them and engage to find out more information. Officer-generated reports are things that are observed on patrol. So we have our officers driving around looking at unsightly premises, snow removal that hasn't been obtained or completed, and such. And then again, the complaint generated would be where and sorry, and again, my apologies on this, is the contact reports would be where somebody would do a report a problem. The complaint generated incidents would be when people are phoning in to dispatch looking for resolution on a problem. So again, fairly hefty numbers, and again, it's because likely snow removal is a big one, is that there tends to be a lot of issues that come up that people in the community are unhappy that snow hasn't been cleared from sidewalks and streets and things like that. So those are somewhat typical. Violation fourth quarter. So when we start looking at provincial violations, these are mostly traffic related. So again, you can see the number of tickets that have been issued in the fourth quarter. To account for these numbers, we're looking at, there was a lot of enforcement done over the construction of the traffic circle and or the lights on Highway 27 West. Again, it was brought to us by the contractors that they were concerned that speeds were being exceeded during the construction phases of those projects, and there was concern for worker safety. And so this was a joint force operation with the RCMP, where municipal enforcement was able to dedicate the resources to patrol those areas on a regular basis to ensure that the compliance with the speed reductions in construction zones were complied with. And so with those projects wrapping up, it would be anticipated that those numbers will definitely decline substantially in the near future. In comparison, you look at the number of warnings that were issued. Again, this is one of those areas of focus that we've had in the past where in the last 2 years, Sergeant Christensen has been very proactive in issuing warnings to people traveling through the town of Olds, and as opposed to writing tickets for everything, there is that education piece. Again, these numbers are healthy, but again, it gets a balance where if we don't continue to apply pressure and ensure that there is actually consequence, continued warnings will lose their effect and the education is lost. So there does have to be a balance of where a proactive program has some flexibility for people to learn and change behaviors, but again, situations where sometimes there has to be a penalty for that continued education to work. Positive tickets are something that's always good to outline, because that is a positive community piece where we're engaging the youth in the community. Again, that's the program where the frosters are given, or the slushy drinks for witnessed good behavior. So kids that are using crosswalks, wearing helmets while riding bikes, just generally being kind. There is a program for adults as well where there's hot beverages that are issued. So again, it's not just focused on youth, but it's a great program. And again, it's been partnered with Circle K as the sponsoring entity on that. Municipal enforcement revenue, these pieces are information where this number isn't, it's not out of the norm, but the thing that's changed is that previously in our reporting structure through budget is that all fine revenue was reported through the RCMP, because when tickets are issued through municipal enforcement, the fees are collected through the province and then allocated back to the municipality. And we wanted, for clarity, to show that it's actually municipal enforcement that is responsible for the majority of the fine revenue that's actually received in the town of Olds. And so we just have a better, clearer picture to say that this money is actually as a result of our focused efforts through municipal enforcement doing traffic safety. And that's the area, again, and it's not to place shortcoming on the RCMP. The RCMP are busy focusing on crime and other initiatives. They don't have the time to be out, parked doing speed traps and things like that. So this is that harmonious balance between municipal enforcement and RCMP to have a total package positive community policing model. Snow removal, again, this is one of the high priority areas for municipal enforcement, is ensuring that our compliance is met with removing snow from sidewalks and roadways. Again, this is an ongoing issue that creates problems for all of us through operations, especially in snow removal situations such as today where crews are out doing snow removal. Our municipal enforcement officers have to go out in advance of our operations crews to make sure that people are moving their vehicles off, because the cost to operations is substantial when there's multiple vehicles that are still parked on the roadways. It allows them faster access to do a more thorough job, and when they have to go back to try to pick up the pieces because there was cars in the way, is a substantial cost burden to the town as well as time to the operations staff. So again, there are many people that can be upset and disappointed in the fact that they're warned or ticketed for not moving their vehicles. We can only reiterate that we have a very solid process of informing residents beforehand with signage that is placed out well in advance of the crews, and social media advertisement and different aspects, snow routes in the downtown. I can see Mayor Dahl's got a question there.
Mayor Dahl as well
Oh.
as Councillor Blatt, so
Yep.
Mayor Dahl?
Thank you. I have a question. The beautiful weather yesterday, went for a walk, and there was a lot of people out. It was nice to see. One of the problem areas is, can you help me understand in the new development areas, for example, is who's responsible for the sidewalks? Because there was a lot of kids, and they were even on bikes with their parents, and they were turned around and left to go someplace else because it was pretty bad.
Yeah. So the developers that own the properties there, even though there haven't been houses built, are responsible for clearing the sidewalks. So our municipal enforcement do work with them on a regular basis to go and make sure that they are doing their part in clearing those sidewalks. Yep.
Councillor Blatt, did you have a question?
Question and comment. Director Andrew, driving up here this morning, I did happen to notice in some of the cul-de-sacs that they're trying to do along 54th there were several vehicles parked, particularly in the one area. And I'm hoping that we're now going beyond, because those signs I know are in plenty of time to warn people that we were going to be coming and removing snow. And in light of all the complaints we've had recently due to the fact they don't think we're getting to it in a timely manner, you would think that these individuals would in fact move their vehicles and get them out of the way. So this is sort of a two-part comment and question. I'm hoping that we are going past the education anymore, and we're going right into municipal enforcement. And secondly, with the signs up so inadequate time, I would say that our operations center or our operations department shouldn't be going back. If they can't have the common courtesy to be moving vehicles, then that is the way it is. And I think that it's not cost effective when we're just getting back on track now. So I think that we need to move past warnings and education and go right into municipal enforcement. And I would highly recommend that if they can't be bothered to move vehicles, then we don't go back.
So yes, in response to your question, and that's the piece where we have moved beyond the education, that in 2 years' time, since Sergeant Christensen has come on board, he's spent a majority of time issuing warnings in those circumstances. And this year, through the snow removal process, he has moved to the point where now, if vehicles aren't moved as posted and required, then they are moving to a ticket. And again, it's a difficult process because, of course, when that happens, then there's a lot of upset people that feel that they haven't been informed. So we do need to constantly reevaluate to make sure that our media and communication strategies are sound and or could be improved. And so those are things we look at. As far as going back, I should be careful in saying that I don't believe it is standard practice that our snow removal would go back to those spots. But the situation that does cause grief for operations, and I'm sorry if I'm speaking out of turn for Director Grieco, but the concern is that if somebody's vehicle is parked in front of your house and the vehicle is not moved, now you are punished as the neighbor per se. And so then the conversation or the phone calls happen where they phone in and say, somebody's vehicle was parked in front of my house and snow removal wasn't done, and this is, you know, through no fault of your own, and so they're seeking service. So that's the difficulty that we have, is that if it was directly in front of your house and you were the person that didn't move your vehicle, it's not so much an issue, but that does cause us grief. And the other thing for operations is that it's a lot of times it comes to drainage issues, is that if you leave an ice dam in a gutter or somewhere like that, then it creates flooding for other neighbors. So it's truly one of those situations where it, you know, one person's actions has a dramatic effect on an entire neighborhood. So those are the constant challenges that we face with people not moving cars. And again, especially in some areas like in the downtown core, where snow removal is a huge issue because there's nowhere for the snow to go. It has to go on the street, which is allowed through bylaw. And then when we do snow removal, it needs to all be removed to make it accessible and safe for all people. So again, comments come that it's heavy-handed, that we tow vehicles out of the downtown core when we do snow removal, and it's because it's a posted snow area. The downtown from October 1st to I think it's April 30th is the period where it's no overnight parking. So people have to be aware, and unfortunately, in a landlord-tenant situation, that seems to be where the biggest disconnect is that landlords don't inform their tenants that, hey, this is a snow area, you can't park here overnight, or understand that if you do, your vehicle will be towed if they do snow removal. So that's a challenge that we do face.
I believe Councilor Blatz has a supplemental.
Thank you, and thank you for that explanation, and I can accept that, you know, there are those certain one-offs that would happen, particularly if it's not your vehicle parked in front of your house. And I do know that in our area where we have low sidewalks and that, you know, thaw and freezing creates quite a problem on the sidewalks, but I want to thank you for that.
Okay, so I'll move along here. Traffic initiatives. I'm not going to cover this in detail because Staff Sergeant Wright covered most of that, but essentially, just for the understanding, is that municipal enforcement is working very closely with the RCMP in these joint force operations, where the RCMP detachment is working very closely with Sergeant Christensen to promote these different traffic safety initiatives through our community. And the great thing is that we can dedicate our resource accordingly. So Sergeant Christensen can focus and say, if this month is a specific safety thing, such as child safety, seat awareness, then that can be his mandate every day, that he can go and spend time doing that, and he can sit in the school zones. And that is the advantage that we do have with our municipal enforcement officers, is that we as the community can dictate kind of what the workflow and what the priorities are without the burden of, you know, criminal investigation and activity such as what the RCMP are doing. And that's why things are working very well right now, that Staff Sergeant Wright is utilizing Sergeant Christensen's abilities and expertise and supports them in utilizing their full scope. So that's a plus for us, for sure.
Director Andrew? I just had a question or two about the little mobile kilometer display sign that occasionally pops up throughout the town.
Yep.
Is that simply just displaying speed, or does it have a chip that tracks the high, the low speed, or the average speed, or the number of vehicles? And what's the method to decide how and where that little display gets moved to within the town?
So yeah, excellent question. Without disclosing too many operational information points, those signs do record a variety of information. And the great thing is, again, this isn't a secret, it's not a covert type situation. I mean, they're obvious and they're visual for people to see. They work in a couple of fashions. One, they provide a visual reminder that you are exceeding the speed based on its flashing lights if you're going too fast. It records traffic counts, it records averages of high speeds, low speeds, how many, you know, what the percentage of people are that are exceeding the posted limits. And how they're deployed is typically complaint-based. So when we have people saying that there's too many people speeding through this area, those signs will be deployed, and then we will record that data. A lot of people will say that, you know, I can tell you that people are going way faster than 60 kilometers an hour in this area. Well, when we put those signs out, we can actually see what the speeds are, and that's what drives policy change. And so, as frustrating as it is to citizens when they say that, you know, I live on a drag strip and people are always racing, we can't change the speed limits and the traffic patterns outside of norms without solid data, and that's what we use to gain that data. And so, yeah, you'll see them a variety of times a year. Unfortunately, they're also targets for vandalism. We've had wheels stolen off of them and damaged and whatever, but they are a very valuable tool for us.
No, that's perfect. That's, yeah, I was hoping it was more than just a display, and I'll
Yep.
defer to you and your professional expertise and that of your staff to figure out how and where we use them. And I raise it also in the context of, I know late in the fall, you know, so October, November, we had an email come through from a resident along Winter Drive and leading into, I think, you know, the Highlands and Bridle Road, I think it is. Forgive me if I have the wrong road, but again, around traffic volume, traffic speed, and there was a lot of construction activity, I think, going on in the Highlands there. So again, I'll leave it to you and your expertise around traffic enforcement for that area. So,
Yep.
Mayor Dahl?
Supplemental to that, during the construction at the Olds Hospital, did you learn any lessons there with the type of speeds? Because they were always quite high still.
Yeah. Yeah, we have identified some areas for sure in town that are, there's always going to be the one-off cases for sure that people are, you know, I'm heading out of town, so, you know, that's pedal to the metal and away you go. But yes, the hospital area during their construction was definitely a situation, and those signs stayed there for a very long time, more as a prevention measure as opposed to, I mean, we were gathering data obviously, but it was there as a visual warning. Again, with a radar speed signs, there's always that potential that they could be actual ticket generating, even though that's not the case in our situation, because we need to be very clear we do not have that capability with them, so it is purely information, but at the time people see that and they do slow down. So there are some data points that we would like to bring back to council for further discussion. There's many communities around Alberta that have moved to reduce their standard speed limit within municipal boundary, and I think it would be beneficial for council to hear that information, because there could be practical application here for enhanced community safety and opportunities to address some of these concerns. But and again, there's lots of opportunities of whether it's a blanket reduction or if it's targeted areas or whatever, but there's a lot of data, and I think that there's some positive things happening in different communities that we could learn from. Okay, then I'll move forward here. Again, the traffic initiatives, impaired driving, very low number in our community, which was very good. We did have a question earlier, just to bring back into effect about the impaired driving. Again, because RCMP do not pull people over with the intent of finding an impaired driver, it's something that's kind of a byproduct of when they've stopped them for another reason. It's hard to gather that statistic to say that impaired driving is a particular problem in our community. Certainly the statistics on these random stops have shown that it's, I think, well within community standards for most. Now, arguably, any impaired drivers are too many, so that's always the piece that we're striving to reduce that to a zero number, but it's constant work for us. Quick update, e-ticketing. So earlier last year through the budget process, a request was made and granted from council to convert our municipal enforcement vehicles to the e-ticketing premise, where there's no more written tickets. So all of our tickets are actually issued through the new provincial APIS system. It's much more robust and easy to operate and less administrative work, which is a great thing. The province has delayed the full rollout because of some communication things that needed to happen, where we're moving away from a system where if you were issued a traffic ticket, you no longer would go to court to fight that ticket. It's handled through a provincial adjudicator, where they would look at the case and you would pay a fee to have your case heard, where you would argue that it's not just, or, you know, the parameters were not such that it would warrant a ticket, and that adjudicator would make a ruling to reduce the penalty or remove the ticket or whatever. But it's easing the burden on the municipal, and the court system is the primary driver on that. So we do look forward to the full implementation of that coming summer of this year, is what they tell us last. Our secondary CPO is busy learning the ropes, and she's been progressing greatly to become a CPO level 1. Currently, she's a level 2, so she cannot provide the moving traffic violation enforcement at this time. So she's primarily working on bylaw and municipal tags. We are hosting a Red Deer College practicum student here who started last week with us. So we're promoting our system and knowledge and sharing it with the next crop, which is a great feather in our cap. And Sergeant Christensen continues to work closely with the Solicitor General Training Academy, providing training courses. We've hosted a couple of training courses in the last quarter. One was on this new e-ticketing software, and the other was on, the term, but basically self-defense and or safety, officer safety programming that was held out at the new operations center there in the late fall.
Councillor Cummings has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andrew, on the last slide there, you meant there was the comment about the event that happened in February, this training program. Is that a revenue generator for the town?
It was not, unfortunately. It was, I shouldn't say that. I guess that there is revenue potentially, because all of those people came into town and went and bought lunch somewhere, but it's cost neutral for us. So they paid the price to host the facility and that. But the biggest thing is our officers both got to attend and got that training without any cost to us. So that's the only revenue piece of it.
Similar to that question, so the last point there where we have one of our officers assisting in the training, I don't know if that's a material amount of time or not, but do we cost recover that, or is that a goodwill gesture?
Yep. So there's a fine balance between this. It actually benefits us as an organization, because when he hosts a training course, then we will get a spot or two for free. So our CPO2 has actually received a lot of her training at zero cost to us by Sergeant Christensen providing that training. And then the other piece of it is the training that he does typically on his days off is kind of a secondary piece that he likes to do to promote. But yes, there is definitely benefit to us for sure. And with that, unless there's any other questions, then that's...
Mayor Dahl?
I'll hold back on that one, sorry.
Fair enough. Any further comments or questions for Director Andrew around the table? Seeing none, I will ask for a motion to accept Director Andrew's municipal enforcement report as information. Councillor Daly.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I move that we accept Director Andrews' report on municipal enforcement as information for this meeting.
Thank you. All in favor? Unanimously supported. Thank you very much, Director Andrew, for the municipal report. Moving on with the agenda, we are at item 3D, Operations and Capital Project Monthly Update. Director Grayco. Did I say that right?
That is correct. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. To start off the operational update, I was going to start off with the capital projects. Highway 27 and 70th Ave. The lights are obviously in and completely installed and programmed. We still have some remaining cleanup on the project, and the final portion of that cleanup will commence in the spring. The project is nearly completed and is on budget. The other capital project that we're in the midst of wrapping up is the 68th Street and Roundabout. And this is just a reminder that the 68th Street road still remains blocked. There are barricades there. There's a significant amount of snow and ice buildup around that traffic circle. So that will remain blocked, and we are working with operations and our engineer at looking at when we will propose opening 68th. So again, we're in the process of, in the spring, cleaning up the site, and as well we have line painting at that site once our winter season is over. Moving on, just a quick update on snow and ice control. We obviously had some equipment breakdowns before Christmas. We've since last week we have a quick update. What we are trying to do in operations is be more forthright and communicate where we are at within our snow removal. There is a reminder that you can get notified for when snow removal is going to be within your neighborhood. So we've had a lot of people signing up for those notifications through the town website. Snow removal resumed today after some equipment breakdowns last week. We have had a few positive remarks with respect to our snow removal, and we have had some negative comments with respect to some of our green areas and our cul-de-sacs. We are addressing those with the equipment breakdowns by providing extra sanding resources within those cul-de-sacs. So when we have these breakdowns, we try to do our best to address the problem areas as soon as we can. So, but as you can see from today, the crews are out and we'll be continuing on, mostly with ice control at this point until our next snowfall. And again, just another point, just to Director Andrews' comments about, the snow and ice jamming in the spring, that can become a real problem with respect to our infrastructure. So it is, important that we maintain those areas to ensure that we don't have that type of ice jamming and whatnot. January to March, our budget, we were $68,000 on a spend on a budget of 140. So I just wanted to update that with respect to our numbers. Moving on to water and sewer, we did have one water break, and it was not the result of a freeze thaw, and it was repaired without incident. We are going into the spring. We are expecting this is the type of season where we start to have the freeze thaw, and our crews will be ready to respond. On the planning and development side, we were actively working on a potential of 804 business licenses. Not everybody renews their license, so that's the potential number of business licenses. And again, last year, due to COVID, there was financial relief given to residents where they did not have to pay for their business license. And this year, we are proceeding in the process and sending out our business license and collecting fees. A little bit of an update on our development. I have some figures here. In 2021, there were 17 detached dwellings that were constructed, which is up a little bit from previous years. During calendar year 2019 and 2020, we did 4 detached dwellings. In 2018, there were 15. In 2017, there were 16. And in 2016, there was 13. The last update I'd like to discuss is the outdoor rinks. I might have Director Andrew help me out with this. We essentially had 10 rinks that we put in this year. One of the rinks we had to abandon. I do believe it was because of the tarp. we had some tarp issues. The rinks are very well used. There is sporadic use due to weather conditions, but they are certainly an amenity that the residents of Olds are enjoying. We did use poly liners this year during the construction and maintenance. That has resulted in us using a lot less water than previous years. And it, you know, it's been a good process with respect to those liners. We've had good success there. We have struggled a little bit with the extreme cold, as you know, it's not prudent. I don't want to speak on Director Andrews' behalf, but it's not prudent to operate fire equipment in some of the colder temperatures. And again, just to reemphasize, we've received really good feedback with respect to the benches, the locations, and the accessibility has been good. So,
Councillor Blatz?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, and through you to Director Grayco. These polyliners, are they reusable? Are we storing them, or I refresh my memory. I remember we had a discussion about them earlier on, but
you might get a two-part answer from me.
Oh.
I do have some experience in building rinks. If you do have any holes in them, when you take these tarps out, depending on the amount of ice, if there's any tears in them, they would have to be purged. Justin, I'm not sure if you want to speak to that a little bit more. But.
No, that's exactly it. The intent is, yes, we would reuse them if they allow it with even repair. The good news is that they are agricultural plastic, which is as affordable as anything, and so that is the one bonus that if they can be recycled when they're used, if they can't be repaired. So we're hoping, fingers crossed, but this spring will tell.
Supplemental, Councillor Blatz?
well, just a final comment. Thank you for that information. I've heard nothing but positive remarks all the way through about our outdoor rinks, and I'm glad that we're doing this, and I think it's good for us to continue this program and look at it annually, because, I mean, to get people out and about doing things and have the ability to have these outdoor rinks, and with providing snow shovels and benches, I think was a really great a great thing that we've done. So kudos to all of the staff and the firefighters for keeping these up and running this year.
Mayor Dahl?
Well said. Did everything stay in place? We didn't lose any of the shovels or anything that we had there?
Not so far. No shovels. We have all of our shovels and benches so far.
That's wonderful. This is in the operations department, but I had a question yesterday actually, because the weather was nice, and I got stopped and asked if there's any place. It was a senior out walking, and they are taking advantage of the weather in their garage and started to clean out things, and they wanted to know where they could bring their paint cans, or do they have to drive all the way to Didsbury for 2 paint cans? Is there a drop-off someplace in Olds that they can drop them off? Because he
not
said what's happening
positive.
is he's noticing his neighbors are throwing all the flammable things in their garbage cans, and he was concerned about that.
So there is currently no drop-off location for household waste in town. The issue is that it's really hard to police, and it's because people will drop off things that fall outside of what's accepted. So, you know, there's been long-standing rumors that if you have hazardous materials, you drop them off at the fire hall, and from time to time we will show up there and find a container of unknown chemicals left on our doorstep. Which is dangerous for many reasons. So, no, unless there was some place that could be monitored, we do not have a collection point other than the transfer or the dump site at Didsbury.
Oh, I would recommend that we have some sort of education in our paper then. I know he actually went around and told his neighbors, well, that is flammable and it could blow up in the garbage. You shouldn't put it there. Just a reminder.
Yeah, we do inform the public what they can put in and not put into their various bins, and that is certainly highlighted. That is something you can't. About a couple of years ago with the provincial agency, we did pilot a one-day event for electronic equipment and toxic materials. With COVID, I don't think that proceeded, but we were the only municipality, I believe in 2020, that actually did this pilot. It was well received, but it did have a few incidents too of people not putting it in the proper place or doing it at a different time, so we had to repeat, so it took a bit longer to do that. We'll continue to look at it, but it is something that the provincial agency wants to start doing, because I think it's a problem not only in Olds, but many places, a lot to do with toxic materials such as used paint and varnish, things of that nature.
Supplemental. The idea, I got a kudos to the transfer or to the recycle in our waste station. They've got an excellent spot for drop off there. The problem is these people driving and being able to take it there. Maybe I can take them for them, but who knows who they are. But yes, I'll just make sure to remind people when they ask.
Director Ryan?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I just wanted to get back to the outdoor rink. So I was walking my dog the other day and did get stopped and received some great positive comments about the rinks and having the benches and snow shovels out. I was asked about garbage cans. So it's kind of funny, every time we talk about benches, somebody eventually brings up that they need a trash can around there. So I'm not sure about how the budget will go for that, but I just thought I would mention that it's a future thing that we might have to think about. Especially with people gathering around these outdoor rinks, and there's always going to be a little bit of trash coming around. I don't know if there's any problem with trash accumulating around these rinks right at the moment, if you've seen anything, but just thought I would put that out there.
No specific problems that I'm aware of. I do think receptacles and some of the amenities that we do have around these outdoor rinks is something we can further discuss at service level review, and just what exactly is involved in putting these rinks together and whatnot. So,
Absolutely, thank you.
Councillor Cummings?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I live behind Neil Leatherdale Park, and that rink that we have there is very well used. I saw the other day a gentleman with I'll call it a TikTok Zamboni. A homemade little Zamboni. He was out there watering the rink and making it nice. He's out there quite a bit. I did put an old goalie stick that I had lying around out there in the snowbank, and then I noticed yesterday there's a collection of hockey sticks there now, which is great in my mind, and I hope that we can collect those and disperse them again next year or something like that, so they don't go to waste. But I haven't talked to anybody out there, but I think the biggest kudos anybody can give is they're using it. That skating rink there's kids out there, families out there every single day. So I'm a big fan of it, and I think it's a great opportunity, great thing that we hope we'll continue to do it every year. I know I'll put the budget forward for it.
Mayor Dahl?
Just supplemental from Councillor Ryan, and I concur with what she's saying, because I walk around that trail a lot too, and I also notice a lot of doggy bags on the trail are thrown into the side ditch too, so I don't know if it's because they don't have enough garbage cans around the trail, but they're not waiting until they get home.
Thank you. Are there any further questions, comments for Director Grayco? Seeing none, I will ask for a motion to accept Director Grayco's Operations and Capital Report for information. Councillor Walsh?
Yeah, I'd move that we accept the Operations and Capital Project Monthly Update from Director Grayco.
Thank you. All in favor? Unanimous support. Thank you very much. That concludes Section 3, reports and statistics. I will look for some guidance from the legislative clerk as to the next items relative to break. We are coming up on a break. We have the pot, what time are we expecting a lunch? Nope, okay. Okay. Because one option would certainly be to move up the discussion on one or two of the bylaws, section 6, and deal with either and or both items 6A and or 6B prior to taking a bit of a break. Consensus amongst council to do that? Very well. We will move to item 6A, bylaws. Bylaw 2022-03, Community Standards Bylaw 2015-08, amendment. And Director Andrew, I believe, will speak to that.
Yes, thanks. I'm just gonna find this here. Do we- Oops. Sorry, I don't have the keyboards here, so I'm just jumping.
That's all right. We're not going anywhere.
This is council in fast forward. That's right, yeah. Okay, thank you. So again, typically Sergeant Christensen would be the person to speak to this, but a proposed amendment to the community services bylaw is being proposed for some greater flexibility and or understanding of certain circumstances of residents in regards to the use of extension cords for plugging in vehicles in extreme weather events. The current bylaw essentially provides very black and white interpretation of what the bylaw is, and there's no flexibility for various circumstances where it's extremely cold, people need their vehicles plugged in, otherwise they won't start. So Sergeant Christensen has reworked a proposed bylaw where it gives the flexibility that when temperature gets extremely cold in that minus 30 degree range, that you can actually, it is allowable to plug in your vehicle. And again, the piece is that, you know, this isn't a night or day thing, it's just a reasonable period. And so, again, we can try to apply that gray filter into our application of bylaw. Again, the whole intent about cords over top of the sidewalk, it is a safety and a tripping hazard for residents that are out walking. It's understood, though, that when it's extremely cold, that typically those people are not out walking in that condition. So we trying to find a happy medium for residents that, you know, have no ability to park in a garage or don't have off-street parking. So this is where we're looking at. And again, the other piece that's in this is having some flexibility with cords and other materials over sidewalks and roadways. There's a situation that came up with a service provider that they were not able to core or trench in a service cable because of the winter months. So essentially what we'd be doing is, with the current bylaw, we'd be eliminating the potential for a resident to have TV or phone service. So this is the change to allow that kind of thing to happen, where we can say when it's applicable, you can take it and do it properly, but in the meantime, you know, keep in mind that we can do it safely and provide people with immediate access. So that's what we're proposing with this bylaw change. And as you can see here in red, this is the words that were changed. I can see that they're in the preamble, or in the RFD, there is a typo in the fact that it says minus 30. I just want to make sure that you're aware that the bylaw is proper. It states minus 25. And that was a piece that we did change simply because not taking into effect wind chill, it rarely gets to a minus 30 degree temperature. So we did opt to go with minus 25, which is more encompassing of that. So if there's any questions on this, I'd be happy to try to answer.
Councilor Blatz?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, and through you to Director Andrew. I just want to comment, I think this is a very common sense approach to this bylaw, and I think it's very well done, and I appreciate it, because unfortunately there are certain gray areas that we do have to apply to some of our bylaws. We like them to be as black and white as possible, but I really like this approach. And kudos to you and your staff for putting this together. Thank you.
Councillor Ryan?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, through you to Director Andrew. Okay, so the minus 25, is that just the temperature sitting at and not including, it's not including a wind chill factor in there? Because you could have a minus 15, the wind chill factor could be minus 25. I don't know if we need to put something like that in there. And also for the second one, so the non-electrical cord, I know the one that Sergeant Christensen was talking to me about this. It was a cable that was running across. So I think in this line here, I think we also need to do that it needs to be sort of marked. There has to be some kind of signage up. There has to be some kind of thing that's non-tripping. That was in the case of that, there was a really big, it was a really big cord. So I don't know how you would make it non-tripping, but I had seen when I was out doing campaigning that somebody had plugged in or had draped a cable, some kind of cable across. It wasn't an electrical cable, it was like a shock cable or something across their sidewalk to run from a box that was open and up to their house, and it seemed like it was really weird. And I thought, what the heck is this? And it was kind of strange. But anyway, so maybe think we need to put in something about having a signage, or especially if something is big like that, or even adding in about it not being a tripping hazard as well. That would be my thoughts.
For sure. And so the one piece, though, in this as the bylaw, by indicating that it has to have permission given from the CAO or designate, then that would be one of the procedures that are accompanying this bylaw. So we try to keep procedure out of the bylaw, but absolutely operationally, 100%, that would be part of that approval process, and that's a written communication. You may keep your cable or your cord across this roadway, but you must clearly identify it, take steps to reduce the tripping hazard, paint it, do whatever, so for sure.
Thank you.
We'll go to Councillor Daly and then to Director Wagstaff.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, and this is for Director Andrew. With us doing this as the town and of course the CAO giving permission for this to happen, does this open us up to any kind of liability if there is a tripping or an accident that happens because the cord is laying across the sidewalk, even with signage and or paint, or however you want to identify it? Has there been any research looked into this through legal?
I can't say specifically with 100% certainty that we would be free and clear of all liability. It's something that we will definitely investigate further. The big piece is the one area that covers this kind of thing is typically is if we are operating within the scope of our bylaws, then that typically is the blanket that protects against that. Whereas if we were to allow it outside of a bylaw, we would be in that gray area. But something that we will certainly look forward or into further. CAO merits might save me on this.
I think it would be covered under the reasonable care and basically also the greater good of our residents, because basically what we're doing is preventing people from losing services by allowing these cables to take place. And as Director Andrew did indicate, that with that there is procedures that these will be identified and where possibly covered over, and it is temporary in nature. It is till the thaw takes place and there's an ability to actually dig a trench, a limited sized trench, to deal with these items. So it is to cover off the responsibilities of the municipality to its residents in totality. No, we will double check on the due care, but I do believe it is covered.
Director Wagstaff?
And further to that, I just want to let council know that the language that is used in 5.16B is the same language that we have in other bylaws and other areas of this bylaw where the CAO provides permissions for short-term exemptions, things like road closures or sidewalk closure where there's going to be work being done. So this is common language that we have used. And again, procedures may change to adapt to, the technologies available or our communications or who it goes to, but this is the bylaw portion.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions concerning the bylaw revision? Seeing none, I will ask for a motion to accept this for information and direct Director Andrew to, Mayor Dahl?
Do we not have to bring this back? Okay. I would like to move that we direct our administration to bring the draft bylaw 2022-03 Community Standards Bylaw Amendment back to the February 14th regular council meeting.
Perfect. That's the direction I was. Yep. For information and your right to bring back. All in favor? Unanimously supported. Thank you. Item 6B. Legislative Clerk McKinnon will speak to this bylaw 2022-04.
Thank you. So what we have contained in the agenda package is the existing CAO bylaw. And as you can see, we've just made a couple of simple housekeeping changes. And if I could point you to page, Justin, if you could go to page, probably, 165 and 166. On 165, you'll see that we've struck out .62 sub E and reworded it and put it down to 6.5. So that's really the biggest change in there. And again, we're just looking to update it and bring it forward to be approved, hopefully at the February 14th meeting. And most of this is being done due to our CAO leaving us. Gets to go retire, so I guess he wants to do that, so. So that's why it's being presented today more than anything, to match up our terminology. And it was based off of the CAMA toolbox back in the day when we did it. It still looks the same. The CAMA toolbox looks the same when I looked at them. And I think that it's good, but if there's any suggestions, we'll definitely take them. Thank you.
Are there any comments, questions, points of clarification? Mayor Dahl?
No, I think that our legislative clerk explained it very well after speaking to HR on having to update this prior to moving forward with our recruitment. And again, it's open for a motion if somebody would like to make that. I made one already.
Yes, I'd look for a motion to accept as information bylaw 2022-04 and to bring forward to the February 14th council meeting. Oh, Councillor Ryan?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I will move that. We accept this as information, and we should direct administration to bring this back to a future regular council meeting, whether that's the February 14th or one coming up. Then thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan. All in favor of the motion? Unanimously supported. That motion will pass. And I believe with that, we will take CEO Merritt.
As we still have about 10 minutes before noon, Kelly Lloyd's here in the audience, so we could probably cover 7A as well, the standing items for council, if that's okay with the deputy.
I think I'm okay with that, yes. Thank you. Welcome, Kelly.
Good morning. Well, thank you very much, and nice to be here on a beautiful day. So the item on the agenda under new business is council's annual standing item schedule. This was created in first introduced in 2019, and it outlines the various internal and external reports that council wishes to hear about. And it's designed to give you an idea that they will come on a regular basis to provide you with presentations. So this schedule's also been designed to follow the budget process. So having these reports, internal and external, given to council and provided helps in your budget deliberation processes. And the main reason, like you say, is just to provide you updates and reports on current projects. So before you is the schedule, and I will just try to get it here. This has been revised previously from some that may have seen it before, and what's in front of you is the schedule showing monthly, you have council conversation, and then on agendas you have quarterly, semi-annual, and annual time slots for agendas. And also that under current policy, you have a remuneration committee that will meet in the third of a fourth-year term. On the back of, the back of my sheet of paper, but coming up on the screen for you, shows you, again, the items that are standing items and also who is responsible for them. So anyone with their name tagged to this or their function or job title is responsible for providing the update and ensuring that any external committee is in attendance for council to answer any questions in their time of report. So basically, this sets out a schedule for the year to speak to these internal and external reports.
Just like to highlight, I believe on February 14th, MLA Cooper will be presenting, so that has already been arranged, as well as, I believe, on March 14th, MP Dreeshen will be also presenting to council. So just those letters were sent out, received, and responses given back to us.
Thank you. There is one other further thing I would note. On the bottom of the list under annual, you'll notice that there are 3 areas there that say date to be determined. And that is just given current situations with the CAO leaving. Normally it's on the new CAO's hiring date, usually would be the review. So those we've left just as dates to be determined from council as to when you would like to see them come and present.
No? I was going to give you a motion, unless somebody else wants to. Okay. Thank you. I so move the 2022 Council Annual Standing Item Schedule for information. Thank you. Presented, I suppose, would be better.
Riding high.
Unlike your bank, we're sharing $1 million with one lucky member. The Service Big Share contest is back. The more you save, the more chances you have to win. So, the $1 million question is, when will you unlike your bank to win $1 million? Service Credit Union. Feel good about your money. The Service Big Share contest ends April 30th, 2022. Skill test required. For rules, visit service.ca/bigshare.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We will, at 1 o'clock on Monday, February 7th, resume the Council Policies and Priorities Committee meeting. And we are on item 4A, Olds Historical Society, Mountain View Museum and Archives. And Michelle Jorgensen, I believe, is available to join.
Good afternoon. Am I on? Is this thing on? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your time today. It's my pleasure to introduce Donna Erdman, Chair of the Olds Historical Society, here today to share with us about the Mountain View Museum and Archives.
Thank you, Michelle. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor Wilson, Mayor Dahl, Council, staff, and guests. Thank you for this opportunity to give you an update on the Olds Historical Society, Mountain View Museum and Archives. The Olds Historical Society was founded in 1973 by a group of citizens who saw a need in the community to preserve the heritage of our past in the form of a museum. The first museum opened in 1974 in the corner of the town office. It was later moved to the existing building, which is the 1920 Alberta Government Telephone Building, and that happened in the early 1980s. The museum is governed by a volunteer board. We have 3 part-time staff members, the museum manager, the assistance manager, the assistance collection, and the archivist, the position which is vacant at this time. Can I have the next slide, please? That's the presentation. The slides are right at the very end. Oh, that's fine. And it's up there. Thanks. The museum consists of the main exhibit area, a gallery, and an art gift shop where local artists and photographers can exhibit their work. The exhibits are focused right now on the town of Olds as it was in the 1920s. There's also a collection storage area for small items and textiles, a basement that's used to store the larger items and the Society's records, a reference library, and the archives office and storage. The Heritage Garden, courtyard, and educational center are found outside the main building. We are a recognized museum through the Alberta Museums Association. This means the Mountain View Museum and Archives is recognized by the Alberta Museums Association and the Canadian Museums Association as having excellent standards for governance of a collection and of archival materials. Next slide, please. This is the 2022 budget that was approved by the board in December 2021. We received financial support from the town of Olds and Mountain View County. A casino, which is held every 3 years, is also a revenue source. We will be holding a casino in the 3rd quarter of this year. Due to COVID closures, this will be a full 5 years since we had our last casino. We budget casino money over 3 years and use it to pay staff wages. Currently, our casino account is empty. The surplus carried forward is largely due to receiving town and county funding in November. Many of our other revenue streams have decreased due to COVID closures. Our main expense is staffing. We have Mazichka and Company complete a reader to notice at the end of each fiscal year. This is available at the museum if you're interested in looking at it. Next slide, please. The museum was closed from December 2020 until June of 2021 due to COVID restrictions. After reopening, we noticed that the number of people using the museum was increased, but this was not the case of the archives. Because we were short of funding for staff, we decided to temporarily close the archives to reassess how it could be more welcoming to our community and to better use our limited resources. We could not see continuing to pay an employee under these circumstances. It is not, and never has been, the intent of the Olds Historical Society to permanently close the archives. The archives is an important part of our organization. The archives collection remains in our protection, and new materials are being accessioned as they come in by the museum manager and collections assistant. Our long-term goal is to digitize the archives and make it available on an online per-pay basis. This would be in addition to employing an archivist to be seen to the public. We're now looking at hiring an archivist for this part-time position. We're looking for someone who has good communication skills to market the archives as a community resource. The archivist will need to have research skills as well as be familiar with the museum and our community. The ability to work independently as well as part of a museum team is essential. We're hoping to find and fill this position soon. Next slide, please. The garage is a project we've been working on for several years. The intent of this project is to take space that was previously used as storage and develop it into an educational center. This picture is what the garage looked like before we began cleaning. We were bequeathed our collection of over 40 spinning wheels, which took up several years worth of space until they were sold or disposed of. Next slide, please. This is the same space as it looks right now. The building has been painted, electrical and lighting has been upgraded, and the floor refinished. A fridge and stove have been purchased, and cabinets and countertops have been ordered. Museum quality glass display cases with LED lighting, a stage, and TV are located on the north wall. Modern museums are interactive and offer experiences for their guests. Classes will be held in the Education Center exhibiting a variety of heritage crafts. The space is also used for meetings and for presentations. Access to the outdoor courtyard provides additional space when the weather is suitable for outdoor activities. We are very proud to see this project nearing completion as it supports the museum mandate for inclusivity, sustainability, and education. There are, however, several problems that need to be addressed before we can complete this project. The Education Center does not have plumbing, and the cost of putting it in is prohibitive. Access to water supply and washrooms is needed and is available in the museum. This means that the museum must be open when the Education Center is in use. Unless someone is in the museum, it will be left unattended, as there is no access from the Education Center to the museum without going outside. The Education Center does not have a security system. There is a motion sensor light outside, but it does not provide adequate security. Next slide, please. We would like to solve these problems by building a link building that would connect the two buildings. This picture shows the location of the proposed building. The door to the right is the museum, and to the left, the Education Center. The link building would eliminate the need for plumbing and security in the Education Center, would provide all-weather access to all parts of the museum, and would provide additional display and storage space. Next slide, please. The building would be a permanent structure as seen in this diagram. It would be drywalled inside and bricked outside to match the existing building. It would have LED lighting and display space inside. The building would have an emergency door and conform to all building codes and occupational health and safety regulations. I presented this project to the previous council, who looked at it very favorably, as it shows how we can move our museum into the future while remaining in our existing location. Next slide, please. The museum has been closed for the months of January for renovations. We have upgraded electrical and lighting, painted, and had new flooring installed in the old part of the building. This picture shows the work in progress with the new flooring going in. All the work was done by local contractors, and we are very pleased with the support they've given us and with the excellent service we've received. The museum and archives continues to be a vital part of our community. We look forward to providing new and interesting experiences to our visitors and community in the future. I would ask Council to include financial support for the museum and the Museum Link Building in the 2022 municipal budget. I would also ask Council to consider increasing the financial support, if at all possible. Thank you for your time. Does anybody have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Erdman, for that report. I would throw it open to the floor, and if anybody has any, excuse me, questions or comments. Councillor Ryan?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I have a question with regards to this link building. So you had made the presentation before to the previous council, so I've heard it before. But I think the previous council had asked about whether or not we would receive any kind of an estimate of what the cost is. So we need to have a sort of an idea of what we're getting into. Have you guys done any kind of cost analysis on this at all for the link building?
At the last presentation I gave in September, I did have a specific cost at that time. Obviously, costs have changed. At that time, it was just over $48,000.
Mayor Dahl?
Thank you. Thank you, Donna. You just closed with saying, with 3 asks. Can you just repeat those, please? One was the link building for $48,000.
We're asking for continued financial support of the museum. We have been receiving $50,000 from the town that is used to keep our doors open and our staff paid and other things. We're asking that the link building be part of the municipal development plan to a cost of under $50,000 would be my guess. That's the closest estimate I can give you. And we're also asking that if at all possible, we could increase the financial support that we get from town. Most of the money that you provide us with goes to staffing. As you can see in the budget, it is our largest expense. And as I was just telling Doug Wagstaff, we have 3 part-time employees. The museum manager works almost full-time hours for half-time pay. I pay my cleaning lady per hour more than we pay her.
So, thank you. So you're saying that number 3, ask for financial support, is not included in the continued support of the $50,000 that the town gave you in the past?
We're asking that the town still support us to $50,000 and look at the possibility of increasing it if at all possible. We know budgets are tight everywhere.
Sorry, Councillor Blatz. My apologies.
No, that's fine. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, and through you to Mrs. Erdman. What kind of increase are you looking at for budgeting costs above the $50,000 that we're already allotted? Do you have any idea, or have you discussed that perhaps with Director Wagstaff or?
I'm not going to put a number on it. You are the people who have your budget. You know how you're going to spend your money. If it was at all possible to give us some more, we would really appreciate anything.
Okay.
But further to that, fair to say, and you alluded to already, a portion of increased funding would possibly, perhaps likely go to salaries, staff costs, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I just, if there are no other questions, I have a question or two or a comment, but forgive me if it's covered elsewhere, but the utilization of the museum, visitation and so on, do we have, and I realize the last 2 years have been challenging times with the pandemic, but what is the utilization of the museum as far as visits and so on?
I'm sorry, I don't have specific numbers with me today. What I can tell you is that we have periods of time where there's little traffic, which is why we close in January to do repairs and cleaning and upgrading, because traffic's very low. This summer, it's quite busy. There's certainly certain times of day that are busier. If we can have an event, which we haven't been able to have for the last 2 years, then we have numbers coming in. We did the cemetery walking tour. I hope there's nobody here from the fire chief's office. I'm sure we broke many codes that day. We had over 90 people in our building.
I think that was probably 2 less than you were allowed, so you were fine, I think, so. Thanks for that. And I just have Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I was wondering, did you, so the Education Center, it looks like it's well set up right now. Have you had any programs in there, and how many have you had, or have you?
We've had some of the Boys and Girls Club activities in there in the summer, and we've had a few other things that are very small things. The problem is that as soon as you get with hands-on events, people are moving around, and that doesn't match with, staying stationary and 6 feet apart.
Yeah, further to that question, so you mentioned you've had programs through the Boys and Girls Club. And again, I realize the last 2 years have been challenging, but are there plans, and do you link in with the schools, the middle school, the elementary, the various schools around your programs, or do you run your own programs?
We network with all kinds of different organizations in town, connecting with them, going, doing different activities with them, as well as putting on our own programming. The last 2 years have been really, really hard, and as everybody knows, an anomaly in what has normally gone on. This extra space was dedicated so that we can have bigger groups in, we can have the programming that, as I said in my presentation, modern museums are virtual. They have hands-on activities. They have experiences. That's what guests want, and that is the space that we're going to be able to provide it to them.
Mayor Dahl?
Thank you. So modern museums and space centers, except like, for example, the one in Calgary, do you get a lot of students from the schools doing tours through the museum during school year?
Yes, we do. We get a lot of tours, and we also go out to the schools because Trinity Elementary is a little out of the way, and we have gone and done presentations there, as well as having schools come to us.
Councillor Ryan?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I just have a question on the Link building again. So the idea is, so right now you've got the Education Center and you've got the museum, and people have to just basically go outside and go into the museum. So there's a security issue about having to make sure that the museum is open. But wouldn't that also be a security issue even when you have the Link building? At least they don't have to go outside, but you're still going to have somebody accessing the museum. So how are you going to get around that kind of security?
The Link building would be a permanent building between the two buildings, which would make the two buildings now one building. So first of all, it would tie in with the existing security system that we have in the museum. Secondly, it's an emergency door exit, which means you can't come in from the outside. You can only go out. So it would be an enclosed space that when people are coming in, we know where they're coming in. If somebody was if we had an evening thing that was going on and it was just in the Education Center, the front doors would be locked. We can't have people just wandering in off the street when we have something else going on, particularly in the area that we're in.
Mayor Dahl?
And I would ask Director Andrew, how does that affect safety for fire exit in the event of a fire?
I think, obviously, when a proposal like this comes through to the building department, then all the safety checks are done. Based on the drawing there, I think that's a very doable plan and meets all the intended purposes of the code, but that would be for the inspector to sign off on.
Director Wagstaff?
And further to that, there will be more precise looks at plans as they get developed, but that initial drawing has been, initially reviewed through, and the same comment had made. At that level, there wasn't any concerns, but the formal approval isn't until they see more detailed plans for the construction.
Councillor Cummings?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And I'm not too sure who can answer the question here. Two parts. One, who owns the building? Is it the town or the society? And secondly, if the town owns the building, is there a service contract that we can take a look at some point?
The town owns the building. That's why a capital project of this magnitude is coming to before council for any consideration. And yes, we do have a contract in, an annual contract it is. There's one proposed. Two of the changes in particular for this council is one of the things that we discussed administratively with the society is having two council-appointed members on the society's board as a governance level. So that's something that council could decide whether it's councillors or members of public or staff, but there would be two council-appointed board members. And then as far as the financing, that is yet to be determined at your service level review.
Mayor Dahl?
Thank you, Director Wagstaff. Could you explain to me why do we need two elected officials on there?
So it's been worded in the agreement that we've proposed to the society is that it's two council-appointed representatives, and that would yet be up to council as to whether or not those are councillors or whether they're members from the public that apply that council appoints or whether they're staff, but that would be at council's purview.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? If not, I have another one or two. Just wondering, not trying to get into problem solving, and again, council in the coming weeks and months will be getting into further detailed budget deliberations and discussions. But I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to reach out to the crafts and trades in town, and maybe, and I realize everybody has been hurting over the last 2 years, but if there's an opportunity to have some donated labor and individuals contribute to making this project work, and I don't know how that works relative to town ownership of the building and everything. But my question is, what does the Historical Society and or the museum do around fundraising?
We write grant applications for the projects that we're doing. We are a small board, so we haven't done a lot of big fundraising. The casino certainly is a major fundraiser for us.
And have you participated in past casinos?
Oh, yes.
And roughly how much is that in the past generated?
The very first one I was involved in 10 years ago was $28,000. The next one was 26. 3 years later, the following one was 24.
Okay.
And we budget that over 3 years.
Okay.
And it goes directly to staffing because the casino money can only be used in very specific ways.
And your casino for this year is when? Q3 you
The
said?
third quarter,
Right.
which will be somewhere between July, August, September.
Fingers crossed.
And we just found out about that.
All right. Good luck with that one.
Thank you.
Any further comments, questions? Well, thank you very much, Ms. Erdman. And I will take a motion to accept Ms. Erdman's report for information. Director, Councillor Daly?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I move that we accept this report as information for our policies and procedures meeting.
Thank you. All in favor? Unanimously supported. Thank you, and thank you again.
Thank you so much for your time.
Item 4B on our agenda is the Canadian Pacific delegation. I'm not sure. Okay, perfect.
Hi, Mike and Brenda. We're just doing a microphone check. Can you hear us?
I sure can.
Perfect.
I can hear you just fine.
Thank you.
All right, welcome Mike and Brenda, and I will leave to CEO Michael Merritt to do the more formal introduction.
Well, thanks everybody, and we have Mike Lavecchio here. Mike is the Director of Indigenous Relations and Government Affairs for CP Rail, and he's here to outline rail safety, service, delivery, and emergency response with CP Rail. So with that, Mike, I hand it over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be with you. Wish it were in person, not virtually, but that I hope will come soon. as CAO noted, my name is Mike Lavecchio. I'm Director, Indigenous Relations and Government Affairs at CP. With me today is Brenda Land. Brenda is our Community Relations Advisor and is one half of CP Community Connect. CP Community Connect is our public information portal. It handles, and Brenda handles, in excess of 12,000 public inquiries a year. To start us off this afternoon, Brenda's going to do a quick presentation, but just ahead of that, Mayor Dahl, congratulations on your re-election. It's terrific to see you back in the big chair. But I would also like to acknowledge former Mayor Muzichka, whom we had an excellent working relationship with. We've always had a terrific working relationship with the town, and we really, really appreciate that. Without further ado, I'll pass it to Brenda for this afternoon's presentation, and then we'll be happy to take any questions you have. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Thank you, Mayor Dahl and Council. I am just waiting to be able to share my screen.
Brenda, I need you to actually click on that share screen at the top there, and then I give you the permission.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
Share.
okay. Yeah. I think across the top of your screen, it should say, do you have it across the bottom? It says share your screen.
I've got a button up and I'm clicking on it, but it says host has disabled it. Would it be better so if you put it up? I'm fine with that too.
Sure.
Yeah. Technology is great when it works. And I think we've all learned that over the last couple of years here with many Zoom and team meetings going on. Just while we're waiting for it to come up, I do thank you for having us here. Of course, CP welcomes all these opportunities to meet with communities and keep our lines of communication open. So great, I see it up here now. So yes, my name is Brenda Land, and I am one part of our community relations team, as Mike mentioned. We're headquartered in Calgary. I've been with CP, 18 years now, and I've been shadowing Mike during his last couple of council presentations and learning the ropes. There's much to learn from Mike because he is quite the expert in his field. But I do thank him for allowing me the opportunity to debut with Oak here and present our phase 1. So without further ado, let's go to, slide 2 here. Safety is core at everything we do in CP and paramount to all. We operate in over 1,400 communities, and many of our employees live in those communities as well. So we have an insatiable appetite to constantly improve safety on all aspects. As you can see with our slides here, our personal injury in 2021, we had the best corporate history for lowest personal injury rates, and our FAR A, which is the Federal Railroad Administration train accident frequency, for the 16th year in a row, CP is a leader in safety in the industry as well. So these metrics are really a testament to our commitment to keeping employees and the public safe through vigorous safety programs and technology. We can go to the next slide. Technology like hotbox detectors. So hotbox detectors read the temperature and wheel and the temperature of wheel and axles of the train, and they relay this to the train crew, to our operations center in Calgary, and to any employee in the area who may be on the radio. So what it does is the readout will tell if the temperature of the wheel or axle is elevated or lower, which means we can be proactive to helping to stop a potential incident. So if there is an issue, the train will come to an immediate safe stop. The crew will get out and perform that inspection and any repairs as required, or they may pull off a single rail car. And sometimes you might see that on a siding, a car waiting there, and it's possible that car was the result of an inspection. So this means we are being predictive and helping stop incidents before they happen. In Olds, the closest hotbox detector is located north of the town near your Pioneer Grain at milepost 57.4. There's another one south of Didsbury at milepost 43.5 as well. Next slide, please. So of course, safe transportation of goods is again very much a priority for CP. The Canadian Transportation Act, the CTA, requires all railroads to move all forms of product. So that means we do not have a choice. We must move dangerous commodities. For instance, chlorine is a regulated commodity and we have to move it under Canadian law. So we own the tracks, we own the property, but we do not own the product. As you can see, the product producer owns the product. We're liable for the movement of the rail cars. Next slide. And in conjunction with making sure that we can move these safely, we have a very well-rounded emergency preparedness department and team and emergency equipment. Now, we have a plethora of equipment at our disposal, which is augmented by the community and customers and deployed as needed in the unlikely event of an incident. CP follows the incident command management procedure so that we can talk the same common language between our first responders and your town's first responders. And that's important in order to be able to coordinate efforts. As for evacuation measures, the emergency management legislation states that that is a decision for the community and not the railroad. So that would be up to the town of Olds to determine if any evacuation measures were required. And of course, CP is standing by ready to assist and help as needed. Next slide, please. You can go down to another one, to the next one. So an important application for your fire chief and for all first responders is the use of what's called Ask Rail. So all rail cars in North America are tracked through a common database. And so the rail car numbers and letters, quite like a license plate on a car, will contain all the specific information that is in about that product and that car or the tank car. So first responders can load this application, they put the car number in, and it will populate information such as what is the product, is it loaded or unloaded, who the producer is, and all the information that may be on the waybill, including the emergency contact for the product producer, management of release of that product, and where the train is in the car and what's next to it. So these are all really important pieces of information for your first responders to have. If your fire chief does not have Ask Rail, please send them my way to CP's Community Connect, and we will help facilitate that immediately and make sure that they get this application. Next slide, please. So CP is also quite proud of our sustainability efforts. Railroading, as you're aware, is primarily an outdoor sport. But it's important to, can you go to the next slide, please? That one train can keep 300 trucks off of provincial funded roads and city roads. One train is 4 times more fuel efficient and 75% less emissions are transmitted. So quite simply, transporting by rail is better for the environment. And CP is a leader at being innovative. We look for ways to combat our carbon footprint and we are very excited about our hydrogen locomotive program, which you may have heard about. Recently, we were able to expand it from 1 locomotive to 3 locomotives and added hydrogen production and fueling facilities, thanks in part to the Alberta government and the Emissions Reduction Alberta grant that CP was awarded. This places CP at the forefront to help combat climate change with this transformative technology. And I encourage you to check out our Twitter feed from October 4th last year. You will find where we unveiled the livery for that locomotive. It's sharp, meaningful, and indicative of a path forward. CP will always continue to create new and exciting opportunities to drive lasting change. We can skip ahead a little here. Next slide. Yeah, proximity guidelines. So as communities have developed and grown up around the railway, of course, there are a lot of legacy issues. Back in the day when towns were built, quite frankly, the railroad built the towns, so they were developed quite close to the railway. Over the years, your Trade Federation, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and our trade association, the Railway Association of Canada, work together to create these proximity guidelines. What these do is to help promote proper planning and construction around the railway. So they've been adopted in over 200 municipalities. I'm not sure if Olds has adopted them, but if you haven't reviewed them yet, you can find the document at proximityissues.ca, and then I encourage Olds to adopt them if you haven't already. Next slide, please. The most important number, and this must be in your community emergency plan, is the CP Emergency 1-800 number. This acts exactly like a 911 for the railway. It is answered 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, year round, and it is by our communications center. So this number will also appear at public grade crossings on a sign, and it will also, on that sign, there'll be a specific crossing number to identify that location. So if you or a resident were at a crossing and there were an issue, they could look at that sign and provide that information to the dispatcher, and they'll be able to locate the area immediately. So it's a really important number to have in your plan. Finally, last slide. I know you know how to connect with Mike, so all of his contact information is there. My colleague and I, as Mike mentioned, handle on average 12,000 public inquiries, and the public can reach us through email or they can give us a call. Now we do answer and work through normal business hours. So unlike our colleagues at the dispatch, we are not available in the evenings or on the weekends, but we do operate through Monday to Friday, and we're happy to provide railway information and educate the public about the railway. Community Connect is definitely a valuable resource for your residents, and we're happy to be there for them. And that pretty much brings me to the end of our presentation. I know that was very high level, but as Mike mentioned, the value we find is in the Q&A here. So I thank you, Council, for your attention. And Mike and I are happy to field questions.
Thank you for that presentation, Brenda and Mike. And yes, we'll throw it open to questions around the table here. Councillor Blatz has a question.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, and thank you, Ms. Land, for your presentation. My question actually is more or less through our either CAO, Mr. Merritt, or through our Director of Emergency Services, Director Andrew. This 1-800 number, is it posted somewhere publicly for our citizens to see? I went on our webpage yesterday to look, and either I wasn't looking in the right place. I looked under Emergency Services and I looked under Community Services, and I wasn't able to see it. So is this included somewhere publicly that, you know, we have this emergency number accessible for our citizens?
Yes, Councillor Blatz. I think as far as the emergency number goes, we do, one piece is that at every rail crossing in Alberta, and I think it's across Canada, is that the emergency number is posted at the crossing, also with a unique identifier of the crossing, so that you know, don't have people saying, well, I'm at the crossing in Main Street Olds, because somebody answering a call center wherever doesn't necessarily know that. But as far as it being publicly advertised, I can't say that we have done that as the town of Olds. Typically, through 911, if somebody was to witness a rail accident, a spill, derailment, motor vehicle collision, when they contact 911, they will link them directly to CP, and that's one of the standing procedures that we have for fires or any emergency. Otherwise, like I say, I don't the careful piece would be is that if we give that number out, then people start contacting them with maybe a little less credential.
If I could just add to that, please. You're absolutely right. We don't consider there to be a need to augment this beyond 911. There is the 911 dispatch is familiar with the CP Police Communications Center and would refer it immediately to CP. So I don't think there's a need for the town to go above and beyond what is already there. What we do ask, however, as Brendan noted, is that in your official community emergency plan that the CP Police emergency line be the listed number for CP.
Thank you. Supplemental from Councillor Blanks.
Thank you very much. And that does answer my question, because my notes here were, is this included in the 911 call? So that's more than enough information for me. I thank you all.
Okay. Any other questions around the table? If not, I have CEO Merritt.
I just want to mention in regards to the proximity guidelines, our MDP was definitely developed with those in mind. So basically any future developments such as arterial roads, keep in mind basically any intersections, keep in mind what the rail crossings mean. You have to build in extra cost to deal with any of those intersections or arterial roads into the future, as well as our planning and development basically have information in regards to that. So we do keep the proximity guidelines front of mind as we do development in the town of Olds.
That's great to hear.
Thank you, CEO. I just have more a procedural question, I believe. So if in the event there were an incident involving a rail incident certainly within the boundaries of Olds, the town boundaries of Olds, does the CP Rail Incident Command Team become lead and primary as far as the incident command response, and you would be, as I said, primary as far as coordination?
We much prefer to establish a unified command. We find that is by far the best means for information to flow in both directions between the town's emergency responders and our own emergency responders at site. Eventually, once the public safety risk has been satisfied from a given incident, that command will obviously transfer back to us. As you might expect, you go through a number of phases with any derailment response. That includes a phase where there may be a risk to public safety, and then a recovery phase that can take some time as land is remediated and the entire site is returned to the way in which it was prior to the incident. Obviously, there's no need for the town to be active in that latter phase. But you know, that said, if the town wishes to remain in part of the command, that's of course welcome. But typically, we'll go from a site command, the initial incident, the site commander will be town first responders, then into a unified command as our responders deploy and arrive at site, and then ultimately transitioning to CP to complete the recovery.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cummings?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this isn't really in line with the presentation today, but since I've got you here, I thought I'd mention it.
Good.
So I'm a veteran of the Armed Forces for the last 20 years, and I'll tell you, we got quite the stir in our online community when we saw the first painted CP train engine in military tribute driving through town. I have friends across the country and in the United States that are all veterans on that, and we had photo contests and challenges to find these trains, and I wanted to mention that to you guys, that we appreciate, because of your link with the communities, the appreciation that we have as veterans of the trains that you've painted in our tribute was fantastic. and really reached out a lot of people in the community. And I know also through Veterans Affairs and some of the hiring programs that CP have for veterans. And I personally wanted to express my thanks to you guys for that. I know it's a little bit outside the purview of our conversation today, but since I had you here, I wanted to pass it on. Thanks.
If I can just say, it's a rare privilege to hear something like that. And first off, thank you for your service. To your point, we have a very strong relationship with both the Canadian and U.S. Armed Forces that goes back generations. They have proven to be an enduring source of employees, and so it won't surprise you to know that the two organizations function very, very similarly. And so when we have taken the opportunity through those 5 military-themed liveried locomotives to acknowledge the service of our veterans, and also to acknowledge the service of CP employees who also serve. And it is our privilege to be able to stand with them. So thank you very much for saying that, Councillor.
Thanks to both of you. Any other questions? Because if not, I think I have one last one. And I'm not sure if you're able to answer or not, but it seems as the length of trains increases, are you able to comment? Does that pose an additional risk, challenge as far as track maintenance, track repair, track safety?
It's a terrific question, and one we get a lot. So happy to address it. I'll start by posing my own question. Why does CP lengthen out its trains? The short answer is we can move more volume with fewer train starts through a longer train. It does not in any way, the length of the train has no bearing on track maintenance. It has no bearing on the ultimate weight that rail can carry. The rail that you have through the town of Olds is the best that can be bought. It is known as 136-pound rail. That references every 3-foot segment of that rail weighs 136 pounds. It is absolutely the best that can be bought. Train length is, you are seeing that it's not just a trend for CP. This is a supply chain trend. If you look to many of the elevators that are new elevators that are going up, and to a lot of grain elevators that are being retrofitted, you will see they're being fitted with a loop track to accommodate a longer grain train. We're in the process right now of we're just completing a 4-year program to replace the legacy Government of Canada grain hopper cars with a new generation hopper car. That new generation of hopper car, combined with a longer train, we're going from about a 7,200 foot grain train to an 8,500 foot grain train, as the facilities are adding capacity, will allow us to move 44% more product per train, which you can imagine, as you know, despite the grain crop we had last summer, the long-term trend for grain is increased volume, and this allows us to meet additional demand without additional train starts. And at the community level, what that means is we're not adding additional trains to the tracks. So instead of stopping for 2 trains in a given hour, you're stopping for the one at the crossing, but waiting, maybe an extra minute and a half. Does that? It's probably a longer conversation, but does that sort of give you a sense of where we're going and how we do it?
I think so to some extent. Certainly I realize there are the economies of scale, as you pointed out, relative to the longer trains. So yes, And I think we have Councillor Ryan has a question.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I have a question with regards to the condition of the track in our area. So is there, like, Town of Olds will continue to grow, and I'm just wondering, is there any thing that you see, Mike, in the future that that CP would be needing to do with regards to the train track or maintenance within the next few years?
Thanks for the question. Maintenance for us is ongoing. And you see our people out inspecting through Olds on a daily and weekly basis. We inspect the track multiple different ways, including visual inspections, ultrasonic inspections, X-ray inspections. There's a variety of means that we use to inspect the track. There's a variety of means that we use to repair the track. On occasion, that will require us to remove the crossing, say, to repair either the rail or the ties that are underneath the panels in one of the rail crossings. And that certainly would have some impact to the community, short term though it would be. I liken it to dealing with to doing an inspection or a replacement of a water main. That occurs at our expense, but there is obviously some impact to the community, and our engineering team will liaise with town staff when something like that is scheduled. We're also on routine inspections for the rolling stock that operates through town, the locomotives that operate through town, and this is part of our continuous improvement process. In terms of growth within the community, it's, again, that's something where we turn back to you and the proximity guidelines, because we have no zoning authority as an operating company. That is entirely within your purview, and it pleases me that the proximity guidelines are considered as part of your development approval process. We get relatively few inquiries from Olds, and that may well be a function of the awareness that's already there on the part of Town Hall when development is considered in direct proximity to the tracks. That's speculation on my part, but...
Thank you. I just have, CEO Merritt, go ahead.
I just want to highlight, there have been discussions with CP over the past 5 years in regards to the development of our MDP, possible changes to basically intersections and where they could be located. So we're always in touch when there's a need to, but if you have a long-term plan, those requirements are really not to be done every day. They're to be done almost on an annual or once every 2 or 3 years, because they are built into our long-term planning aspect.
Thank you. And if there are no other questions, I have one last one. I don't know if Mike or Brenda, if you'd be able to address it, but just a question around how do the CP Rail police link in and support the municipality, given the many miles or kilometers of track that you have through many different municipalities?
We like to say the longest, narrowest jurisdiction is what the CP police have authority over. The CP police service is a transnational police force, a very unique police force in North America, in that it operates on both sides of the border. The authority is the same as the RCMP. It flows from the various federal public safety acts plus the Rail Safety Act federally. And the CP police can augment local policing on an as requested basis and vice versa. So there's actually a significant amount of cross training and cooperation between the RCMP, various RCMP detachments, and the CP police service. And you will on occasion see a CP police officer pulling somebody over on Highway 2A. for speeding. They have that authority as well. The company does not get any revenue from any tickets issued by the CP Police Service. That revenue accrues 50% to the community in which the ticket is issued and 50% to the province where the ticket is issued.
Okay. Thank you. Seeing no other comments or questions, I would like to thank Mike and Brenda for the presentation, and I would ask for a motion to accept the CP Rail presentation for information. Mayor Dahl? Oh, sorry, Councillor Walsh? Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to accept the CP CP presentation for information.
All in support? Unanimous support? Thank you again, Mike and Brenda, for your time.
Thanks very much for the opportunity. Have a good afternoon, everyone.
Councillor Cummings? Oh. 4C, Welcoming and Inclusive Community Action Plan, Michelle Jorgensen.
Seamless. Thank you. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor Wilson, Your Worship Mayor Dahl, Council, and everyone who's here today. It's such a pleasure to be here to speak to you about our Welcoming and Inclusive Communities initiative. And for some today, it's going to be a bit of a repeat, but we felt it was important to introduce the program for new council members, as well as provide a bit of an update as to where we are with implementation with our Welcoming and Inclusive Communities initiative. I'd also like to thank Debbie and Kelly. They're here today presenting with me as well. It's important for sustainability of our WIC program that it be integrated throughout our organization, and not just an aspect of heritage, arts and culture, or even just community services, but fully integrated throughout the organization, organizational culture, and our wider strategic alignment. To begin, as a settler to this land, I wish to express my gratitude to the land and to the peoples who have had deep relationship with the land since time immemorial. In Olds here, we are on Treaty 7 territory, the traditional lands of the Niitsitapi, the people, the Blackfoot Confederacy, comprised of the Siksika, the Piikani and the Kainai First Nations, as well as the Tsuut'ina First Nation and the people of the Stoney Nakoda, the Chiniki, the Bears Paw, and the Wesley First Nations. This is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3. Olds is now also home to many Indigenous peoples, including Cree and Inuit and many others, as well as many non-Indigenous peoples, and we are all treaty people. And that's why it's so important to focus on working towards being a welcoming and inclusive community. What is a WIC? Well, here we can see that it's one that is free from discrimination, where all residents are able to participate fully in all aspects of social, political, and cultural aspects, as well as the economic life of the community. I'd invite Kelly now to present this next slide.
Thank you, Michelle. So yes, what is a WIC? And if technology works for us, here's a little video for you.
Thanks, Kelly. All right. Through partnerships, municipalities are supported to implement policies and practices to help overcome issues of racism and discriminations. As you can see, the partners include Alberta Municipalities, formerly AUMA, the Government of Alberta, the Canadian Commission for UNESCO, Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities, which is a national initiative sponsored by the Canadian Commission for United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities, FCM, endorses the call for a coalition of inclusive municipalities and encourages its members to join. When municipalities become members of CIM, they join a network of municipalities that are seeking to improve policies, practices, to encounter racism, discrimination, exclusion, and intolerance. With the goal, of course, to create communities where all residents and visitors enjoy a sense of belonging, where diversity adds to the social and economic vibrancy of the community and improves the quality of life for all residents. Municipal governments function at the most practical level and are directly involved in the lives of their residents. According to Alberta municipalities, municipalities are the ideal level of government to develop policies, programs, and strategies that celebrate the community's diversity and take meaningful action towards eliminating racism and discrimination. The costs of not acting can include increased social conflict, loss of sense of belonging, failure to meet municipal mandate to serve all residents, decreased participation of diverse groups in municipal affairs, including voter turnout, lower tax revenues as a result of underutilized skills of newcomers and other residents that experience discrimination, missed opportunities to increase volunteerism, productivity, creativity, innovation, and devaluation of municipal values of respect, diversity, and equality, and a missed opportunity to be a world-class organization and community. WIC initiatives contribute to all dimensions of municipal sustainability. WICs experience an increased sense of cohesiveness and belonging. Municipalities that embrace and celebrate their diversity are richer through the creation of cultural festivals, events, and other unique attractions. As municipalities struggle with attracting business and talent, a WIC limits barriers for marginalized residents to participate in the workforce and/or start new businesses in the community. Municipalities rely on citizens and business to help protect the environment, whether it is conserving water, recycling, or reducing energy use. WIC initiatives such as plain language in communications or including ethno-cultural communities on local boards and initiatives will help ensure that all citizens understand and contribute towards environmental goals. WIC municipalities earn the trust, loyalty, and respect of employees and citizens by demonstrating a commitment to access, equity, inclusion, and justice for all. When I was preparing back in September 2020 to first bring the initiative forward for information, I spoke to Leslie at the library, and she explained that back in between 2008 to 2011, there was a community committee that existed. It was project-based at that time. They created resources and hosted community gatherings, but the committee was not sustained after completing what had initially brought them together, which was mostly to support newcomers to the community from different countries. They also worked with the Central Alberta refugee effort at that time. Diversity, accessibility, and inclusion remain strategic areas of focus for the library, and they would definitely seek to partner with us and in the community if there was another committee to start up. As you can see, many initiatives are currently in alignment with a commitment to effectively address societal issues related to cultural and other diversity. Local community efforts in developing a creative and welcoming and inclusive community include the Olds High School has been a member of the UNESCO Associated Schools Network for many years. The UNESCO Associated Schools Network links educational institutions across the world around a common goal: to build the defenses of peace in the minds of children and young people. Over 11,500 ASP.NET member schools in 182 countries work in support of international understanding, peace, intercultural dialogue, sustainable development, and quality education in practice. It is truly a gift that we have our school in Olds connected with the ASP.NET. Over the last number of years, last 5 to 6 years, we've been working with a volunteer group towards National Indigenous Peoples Day in Olds. And now the National Indigenous Peoples Day Committee is a special committee of Mountain View Moccasin House Society, which is a group with a mandate to provide and promote culturally based programs, supports, networking, all towards enhancing relationships between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples. The overall mission of the Mountain View Moccasin House Society is to actively work towards the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada calls to action. We also have an active Filipino-Canadian organization, the Filipino Canadians in Mountain View County Limited, regularly hosts events in the community for community. Olds is the first fair trade town in Alberta, the 7th in all of Canada. And fair trade is a global structure that strives to make the global trading system fair. This benefits many Indigenous peoples living in the global South who've had to endure cycles of poverty in the past because of unfair prices for the food they grow or the handcrafted items they produce. Another organization we have is our Age Friendly Committee in Olds, a grassroots committee working to make our town a better place to live, play, and work for people of all ages to have access to the services that they need. At the council meeting in May in 2021, council moved to endorse the declaration to join the Canadian Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities as a commitment to fostering a welcoming and inclusive community in Olds. This declaration was signed by Mayor Muzychka at that time. And I'll invite Kelly again to share how this aligns with strategies.
Thank you, Michelle. So as you see on the screen here, there are a number of documents. Some you may be familiar with more than others. But starting at the bottom left is the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And that was prepared by the United Nations, to which I believe there were quite a number of calls to action. From there, the Canadian government prepared and provided a report on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada that created this report and calls to action as well. Then we also, of course, we all know we're governed by the Municipal Government Act, where part of the purposes of a municipality and council is to provide safe and healthy communities. And your MDP, noted there, just passed just a little over a year ago, also speaks to how council's desire and the vision for the future of Olds includes that safe and healthy communities component. The Old Strategic Sustainability Plan also speaks to that on the social capital side. And then also we have the Heritage Management Plan that also speaks to and is related to the social aspects in our community, right down to the middle of the page, which is the previous term council did have goals such as providing the necessary resources to ensure a safe, secure, and healthy community, and to also be committed to transparent and inclusive processes that are responsible and accountable. So right from the council level up, there is an alignment to be a WIC community, and I think we're well positioned to do so. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. Our next slide I'll leave for Debbie.
Thank you. So some of our current Town of Olds initiatives and ongoing include full-time heritage advisor, Michelle, on staff to facilitate and champion cultural diversity through community support for understanding and sharing. Efforts towards the truth and reconciliation between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people in our community, including support of the National Indigenous Peoples Day Planning Committee, and to assist their community projects, including the blanket exercises, educational films, and live performances. Encouraging staff to take Indigenous awareness training, and support for Mountain View Moccasin House Society in its work with a steering group of committee members to create programs in the committee that reduce the prevalence and impacts of racism. Town involvement in co-facilitating blanket exercises through the community and assistance with hosting a large National Indigenous Peoples Day. Proclaiming Orange Shirt Day in Olds and recognizing the first annual National Day for Truth and Reconciliation in 2021. Recognition of Pink Shirt Day, which is the last Wednesday in February, to create an awareness for anti-bullying. And as Michelle mentioned, supporting the UNESCO Conference and Diversity Days at Olds High School. We also have a policy, a workplace violence, bullying, and harassment policy for staff. And for council, we have a code of conduct for members of council.
Thanks, Debbie. As you can see, in Canada, there are 96 communities that are members of the Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities. 22 are in Alberta, and as of 2021, we are listed there on their list on the Alberta Municipalities website. Unfortunately, you might have seen the list of towns wheel through in our video previously. Darn it, we didn't get there in time to be on the video, but we're there now, so I thank you all for that. Now, as part of the declaration to join the Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities, Council endorses the 10 common commitments that inform and guide their work. These commitments relate to 3 primary areas of municipal responsibility: public interest, human rights, and diversity. Now, Alberta Municipalities offers online toolkits, guides, and resources to support municipal inclusion efforts in strategic planning, performance measurement, and engagement with diverse communities. The Canadian Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities also has a comprehensive online toolkit and resources to support and sustain the development of a WIC initiative in Olds and other communities. Alberta Municipalities recognizes that each department and organization and municipality is at a different stage. It encourages communities to start small, pick one action, and focus on it for a year. Our implementation plan is our roadmap to guide our direction with WIC in Olds and throughout the greater community. As you can see, it's very tiny, but perhaps you can see it. We're hoping to facilitate a blanket exercise for elected officials, the executive team, and other key staff members within the next few weeks, hopefully in March. And we're also going to be hearing from the UNESCO coordinator from the Olds High School, Bev Taves, at the next PMP in March. And we'll get to hear about their journey being a member of the UNESCO Associated Schools Network. With that, that's where we've been, where we're heading, and if you have any questions about any of this, I invite those now. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle, Debbie, and Kelly, and yes, I'll throw it open to the group. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, and through you to Ms. Jorgensen. When we look at the community groups that we're involved with, and through the Olds High School, this is probably where this group is included, but I have had a conversation recently with members. Are we including, or have you been approached by the LGBTQIAS2 group, I believe is how you say it now? And because that should be part of what we are also going to do, because many other municipalities, particularly through FCM and through AM, have made significant ground with those types of groups. And because we are trying to reduce or even eliminate any kind of, racism or bigotry, I guess, per se, for lack of a better word. I mean, this is a group I think also should be included with whatever we're trying to do in an initiative within our community, because prior council did have a presentation once from that group many, many years ago. So I just am curious, have we been approached by this particular group? Or have you? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. To my knowledge, we haven't been approached specifically by that group. There have been conversations in the past. I believe there was a presentation in the past about a rainbow crosswalk. I've had the pleasure of being invited to participate in the Olds College diversity and inclusion conversations that they have, which has been a wonderful way to collaborate and hear about the best practices that they're employing and get to network. And so, not specifically, but absolutely, there are groups throughout the community that we will be looking to create better relationships with going forward, so that we can realize being a welcoming and inclusive community for all of our residents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I will thank you ladies for your time and your presentation and ask for a motion to accept the WIC report for information, welcoming and inclusive communities. Mayor Dahl.
Thank you once again, ladies. It was very good information for those of us that haven't heard it before and are on the learning curve. So I would move that we accept for information the Welcoming and Inclusive Committee, WIC. Well, I would say, yes, information. I don't believe there's anything further for today, but good information. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor and support? Unanimous. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Proceeding on with the agenda, item 4D, I will ask Director Linderman to introduce our next guest on energy management.
Thank you. So today I'd like to introduce John Massaquoi. John is here today to update council on the work he's been doing through our municipal energy management program.
Oh, thank you. Technology, always learning something new. It's changing too fast. Okay. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Good afternoon, Mayor Dahl, the executive team, and the rest of council. My name is John Massaquoi. I've been working as the municipal energy manager for the town of Olds for the last 8 months. And I will say it has been a very exciting experience. An energy biased person. So when I say I'm an energy biased person, I just want to give you some background about myself. I started energy just as a hobby. When I left college, the renewables were taking a foot globally, and I was very excited about this new technology. Those are more energy biased. That's my type of school of thought. So when I came to Olds, one of the things I saw is you have got a number of buildings and facilities that are approaching end of their useful life. For example, the aquatic center. And when I look at that building, then I see these are opportunities, because at this particular moment in time, there are a lot of federal grants for funding community buildings. And as part of that initiative of improving our energy efficiency, of reducing our carbon footprint, leveraging federal grants, I started off by doing what I call energy benchmarking. Basically, it was a desktop study where I went through all the facility energy consumption, then ranked them from the largest consumer of energy to the least consumer. And based on that info, visited some of the facilities and walked through it to look at what kind of appliances are installed in place to enable us figure out what are the opportunities we have. What I mean by energy opportunities, the most common one is, for example, in lighting. We always told, like, if you have fluorescent tubes, change over to LEDs. In the old days, it was if you had that, the incandescent lamp, some people call it the Edison lamp, change to fluorescent. But as usual, technology keeps moving. So now I think LED is the new buzzword. That is an example of energy efficiency opportunities. If in your house you have an old furnace, which has a stainless steel or a steel chimney, then it's good to consider changing into a high efficiency furnaces. It will save you quite some bit of money. For residential houses, at least, it will save you some $300 per year. And if you add on, it makes sense. After 10 years, it will be 3 grams richer in your pockets. And after that, also developing an energy management plan. I'm still working on this. I should wrap it up in the next few months. The energy management plan, basically, it will be a big roadmap showing all our facilities what the opportunities are and giving a timeline to be followed. And the way this energy management plan is developed, it starts from what we call low-cost measures. Low-cost measures are simple things just like changing people's habit, telling them like, if you are leaving a space, just remember to switch off the light. If you come in the morning and let's say you're brewing coffee, just brew the whole flask full, not a half for yourself, because someone is going to come in behind you, then they don't have again to go through the same process. So those are the ones we started with, low-cost measures. And after that, we can move into, say, medium cost. You have going to budget capital item, anything more than 5,000, we have to sort of put them into budget and then itemize them. Now, the good thing about energy efficiency is like improving your bottom line. So most people, they're like, okay, why should we spend this? And maybe it's going to pay back in 5 years. But every coin counts. If you are going to change something at the end of its lifespan, then think about replacing it with a more energy efficient appliance, not just a like for a like, because that savings will come in. And some of the saving also, like with new equipment, it comes into maintenance. So I'll give you an example, like if you have the old furnace in your house, when things go wrong, you can't even tell what has gone wrong. If you look at the new furnaces, they have like a light blinks there. Even if you're not a gas technician, an HVAC technician, you can see the error code and you have an idea. It's just when the gas technician arrives, you have an idea, this is what has gone wrong. It's not just some guesswork and you being invoiced. So after going through all that exercise of identifying the opportunities, we have actually done some implementation of the low-cost measures. The arena is actually the leading one, where we started off, we have put in some smart plugs for the TVs. There are those TV sets there, they used to run like throughout. But now the smart plugs, they're intelligent. They know that if there's no one watching the TV, it will just put it off. And if someone appears there again, it switches on. The same on the vending machine. There's a machine they known as a vendor miser. It is like it tracks activities on the vending machine. If you press the button, then it lets it have full power. When there's no one there, it just goes into like sleeping mode. So some of the things we have done at the arena there. Also, we have looked at increasing the brine temperature just to reduce the amount of refrigeration energy used at the arena, and that has already been done on experimental basis. Michael has actually been gradually increasing the brine loop temperature for the auxiliary ring, and so far he has told me it is going on well. And that reduces the amount of refrigeration energy used to run the compressors. The compressor doesn't need to work as hard as before. Then the next one, some work we've done at the aquatic center. We have come up with a simple checklists like to make sure that the showers are not running. Just to give you an idea, at the aquatic center, my calculations show that roughly about $3,000 per year is spent on the showers. So if people can just reduce their showering time, this is one of those low-cost measures, just creating awareness, will quickly save $1,500 per year. And if you look at that money, if you put it down the line 10 years later, that's quite a lot of money in your pocket. Also, when you come to the aquatic center, we are applying for some rebates to do some renovations there. There's the Green Inclusive Community Building Fund for the federal government, and they are ready to give you a rebate of up to 80% of your project cost. Now, when it comes to this grant, we have to look at it from two different perspectives. One is not just about energy efficiency, it's about making building more climate resilient. And this is an opportunity you should actually exploit and go for it, because we are all experiencing the change in the weather. For example, last summer was very, very hot. The previous summers have been very hot. we're experiencing strong winds. So when they give such a big amount of money, like 80%, we should actually put our best foot forward and try and get this funding. And let's not look at what we don't have, because sometimes when you look at what you don't have, like where we're going to get that 20%, then you miss the opportunity, because the beauty about applying for the grant, at least it is there waiting for you in the parking lot. And then you can go around looking for the other 20%. And sometimes it's possible you can leverage through other federal grants like the Federation for Canadian Municipalities and get the other 20% because they allow you to stack with other funding. So that would be like my recommendation to the executive team and council, that don't let these grants run their way, because based on past experiences, once all the municipalities take off and then the private sector sees an opportunity here, then those federal grants will be no more. They'll tell you, okay, if you want to make your building climate resilient, the time for grant came and went, we didn't see you on the table, now go to the bank. And that will be quite pretty expensive. Then there's also the other projects I've looked at. We have looked at the electric vehicle program and the electric infrastructure program. Sorry, I'm just moving a bit faster than the way the slides are presented. I'm hoping that everyone had a chance to look at it. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was talking about the electric infrastructure program and the electric vehicle program. So currently, I think when you look at the vehicle program, you can get up to about $19,000. There is $5,000 from federal, there is $14,000 from the municipality center. So again, as an energy-biased person, I say, don't let this opportunity go. Just apply for it, get the grant. Then after that, you can change your mind and cancel it. Because eventually, as the market takes off, there'll be no more grants. And right now, this is just something I was thinking about. Like right now, if you go and look at the price of vehicles, they are pretty expensive. Then a thought came to me, I was like, okay, what is happening here? Is it a supply chain issue? Or are the auto dealers just being smart and sly because they have to invest in electric vehicle, which is quite very expensive. So they have artificially created like a shortage so that they can hike their prices to raise money for electric vehicle. What I'm trying to mention is that eventually the electric vehicle is the future and it's going to be here soon. And if you don't take this opportunity, then eventually you'll have to pay for it 100%. Because like all the electric companies, like the other day I saw even GMC, they have announced they are launching an electric truck. If you look globally in Europe, I think they have like a timeline by 2030. You can't buy a new internal combustion engine in Europe. So if you go to big capitals, the way business operate, they just go where they can make more money. I think right now the biggest lucrative market for any business person is China, and they've got very stringent rules there. I was being made to understand that like in Beijing now, you can't put in a new taxi which is not 100% electric. So all these guys, they're just going to make cars for that market, then eventually the other cars are just going to be hard to find in the market. Then there's the electric infrastructure program. Right now, the center has just informed us, I think one or 2 weeks ago, that they are now funding the electric infrastructures. Sorry, I went too fast. Sorry, my apologies, I went too fast for myself. Yeah, so what they mean is in their funding, they said they'll fund like 100% cost of the installing an electric station. And that does not include the other electrical work, because sometimes you might pick a location where Fortis has to install a new transformer, a new meter, so that is not included. So the way I was looking at it is that this electric charging right now doesn't have maybe a good intake, or I say a good business tech. But if you look at the future, I'll again advise that you just apply for these, get pre-qualified, because when I look at the future, it's like in another 10 years, there's going to be a lot of electric cars. So the way to approach it is like an investment. Okay, right now the demand is low, but 10 years from now, the demand is going to be quite high, because if you look at even the electric cars like Ford, for example, they can't even meet the demand for them, the orders, they're behind. They can, I think, only make about 40,000 cars per year, but they have an order of around 150,000 cars. So it means that the bottleneck is the supply, it is not the users. The users are already eager to get these electric cars. So when you leverage the grant to get these electric charging station, later on, I'm not familiar about the Municipal Act, but as a business person there, I look at it, it's like I'll buy a stock now when it is low, because it's funded by a grant, paying you a lot of money, depending on your location, is you get like 100,000 back now, buy this bond right now. Then 5-10 years down the line, when the electric charging stations become the new gas stations of that world, just then sell it off to the private sector and recoup your cost. That's why I'm saying, I'm looking at it as a business person, but I don't know about the Municipal Act. Maybe the Municipal Act is different. I don't know whether anyone has a question so far.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Yes, I was just wondering on the chargers then, on the level 2 chargers.
Yeah.
Which I listened to a presentation at AM earlier. They were saying that they were the best way to go for if you're going to go to an electric truck. Do you know if there's a number where, like, can you only apply for one, or can you get 2 stations, or do they just cover one under that program?
I think what they have is a limitation on how much money a municipality can apply, but they don't limit the numbers, because most of them, actually the recommendation put it like dual chargers to maximize the other infrastructure development. And I know the caveat they have now put on, it must be a networked station. So I'll doing more research to find out what they mean by a network station. Does it mean it has to be on the mobile of Internet of Things where someone can come in and use? Or what do they mean by a network?
Yeah, I think I was just thinking about, over in the Ops Center, if we're going to start and go down this road towards an electric truck fleet, you would need several stations in there, and so, if there's, I would like to know what the top amount of money you can get from this group in order to cover, like, are you limited to 10,000, or are you limited to 20 or 30? We don't know. So if you could find that out, that would be good.
Again, so the maximum is $200,000 or 4 chargers. And so you could get 2 of the super fast chargers, which are 100,000 each, or 4 of the smaller.
Thank you very much, Director Linden.
Thank you, Sheena.
Thank you very much. I agree. I've been kind of looking at this myself, and the faster charger, the 50 kilowatt, worth 100,000. So, did you have time yet to figure out? Because when these are charging, they're charging. Fortis is making a lot of money as they charge. Do we know what it would look like to budget for the charge on these yet? Go ahead.
I'll just take that one too. So we are, this just came out, as John said, last week. I think they announced the 100% coverage. And as John said, it is just for the charger and the installation of that charger. So we are putting together a business case to come to council that covers all the operating costs, all the other capital costs involved with these chargers, and all of it. Was just a little bit too soon to come up with all of the information.
Councillor Blatz and then Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, and through you to either John, I will say his name, Massaque?
Masakwe.
Massaque?
Treat it as
Okay.
Q.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I knew I'd butcher it no matter how I said it. Or maybe Director Linderman, but when I look at, you've got your suggestions here under most of our facilities, like take, for example, Sportsplex, janitorial checklist to ensure all lights are switched off during unoccupied hours. In many of the public buildings we go into now, particularly in a restroom, the lights will come on like as a sensor. Is that something that we, and I apologize if I missed it, is that something we are going to look at as an organization for some of these larger facilities? Because I think that could be a cost savings benefit for us as well. And, or is this something will be service level or future budgetary comments but I think it's something we should need to have on our radar for certain.
Yeah, definitely, and John has highlighted that as one of those kind of low-hanging fruit items. As we do the RCMP, like LED lighting, that will include those sensors there, and then, of course, this building would be another great opportunity for that kind of thing.
Councillor Ryan?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I just wanted to go back to the vehicles. So on the trucks, do you know how far out, like if you ordered now, how far out would a delivery be on an electric truck? Do you have any idea?
Now, Ford, they have not been clear on that so far. Only the indication, when I go over the internet, I think in the USA they are talking of sometime later this year. So in Canada, I think it should be maybe later next year. But given the way the grants move, most of them tend to get oversubscribed. Because I've been following the activities with the electric cars, quite a number of municipalities have been applying. So for me, it was like it's good to apply and let it be pre-approved, and you can always get an extension because you just have it in your parking lot, use it when you need it. If you don't need it, just return it back. Yeah.
That sounds great. So we could apply now and then use those funds for, if it comes, say, next year,
Yeah.
still use those funds and we can apply.
Yeah.
But we should be applying now.
Yeah. Also,
Okay.
if you change your mind, you can return it back if you think it doesn't work for you. So for me, it's like I'll first apply for it, have it in my parking lot, and then decide to see whether I want to use it or not. Yeah.
Councillor Daly?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. John, have you done any investigations in the how the electric vehicle will work in -40, -30 temperatures in province of Alberta?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the electric vehicles they work quite well even in -20, below -20. The only thing I know is once it hits below -20, it's good to park it inside. Even if you leave it outside, it doesn't matter, but because what happens when it gets cold, the energy gets frozen, it has to heat up to get out. So it will take a long time to get out, and typically, I'll say you lose if it goes below -30, you lose 40% of your range. So for example, if your vehicle has let's say 400 kilometers range, so once you hit below -30, you are going to lose 160 kilometers, so you'll have 240 kilometers. But that loss, I call is loss in quotes. What happens is, at that temperature, you are using a lot of your battery energy to heat up. The conventional cars, when the engine runs, the gasoline cars, one of the waste product is heat. So that goes into heating your car. But the electric car, very little heat comes off as waste. Yeah, so then in winter time, some of that is used to keep you warm. But I believe now with battery technology improvement, in another 5 years, I think that will be a thing of the past. And also, when you go for an electric vehicle, try and talk to a manufacturer who has that backward compatibility for the battery technology with the future cars. I know there are some people like BMW, what they have done when they make their cars, the electric one, is they have factored future improvement of electric batteries so that you can pull out the old technology and put in the new one. It's just like maybe if you go back to the old computer, you used to put in a memory disk, you push it in and push it out. So some have looked at that. So then for me, that is one of the things I'll consider is talk to the manufacturer and ask them whether their vehicle will have that backward compatibility with the new batteries that will come into market. Because I think based on what I've heard from the industry, they are talking of 5 to 10 years from now, they are going to launch the semiconductor battery, and that will now be insensitive to temperature, other than this lithium-ion battery. But give and take, if you look at like the savings you get from having an electric car, because based on my calculation, you are going to save at least $2,400 per year based on maintenance and operation, then it has a good case. Because now I went even to the Ford website and was preparing this presentation, and I looked at the price differential, is that it still makes business sense. It still gives you a positive cash flow if you do look at a 10-year life cycle.
Councillor Ryan, a follow-up, and then we'll go to Mayor Dahl.
Thank you, and just wanted to go further on to Councillor Daly's comment with regards to being cold. And you said it would have an effect on distance, but I was also told it would have effect on load. So if the more load you have, and you add in the cold, then it makes a difference on how far you can actually take that vehicle. Do you know anything about the load and how sturdy the trucks will be? You know, using a truck for, say, operations would be different than using a truck for parks. But I do agree that you would save a lot of money with regards to electric vehicles, and that is the way of the future. I just want to make sure that when we're going to go and buy something like this, that we get the right truck.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've done some research, and I've seen on the Ford website, they've got different packages of vehicles. If you want to tow very heavy load, they say extra power. They are actually mentioned that the electric vehicle will have the same performance as the gasoline one, because that's what people have in mind when they're buying like a Ford F-150. If you have been using it all your life, that's what you expect, or not even better. So they've addressed all those. So it's only to wait when it comes out and we see what happens. But I'll say for the normal town use, it will not be a big deal. Even when it is below -20, -40, you can start off just store it inside, but when you're running it outside, it doesn't matter. As long as the battery is warm, it is okay, it will run. You won't have issue. And in terms of range, because like there's the lower one among the packages, I think don't go for that, but there's the medium one. That has about 400 kilometers. I think that is quite good, because even if you lose 140 or 240 kilometers, I'm not sure whether you are going to cover more than that distance in town in a day. Yeah. And some of them come steady, like they can give you, instead of having a generator, gives you 240, 120 outlets. So if you have someone doing some work off-site, they just plug in the tools. So it becomes actually very handy for some people, especially in operation.
Mayor Dahl?
I like the way you're saying that it would save us all that money, but when you consider the amount of money that the utility companies are going to have to put in for everybody that has electric cars all of a sudden, plus having to pay their utility bills, it's going to be on the other side of the fence, because you're paying for the uptake of the power that you've got to plug everything in, times another million people or 100,000 people that have to do it. So I understand what you're saying, but I'm struggling with trying to figure out how we're not going to have to pay for it on the other end.
Yes,
Today,
so
anyways.
The good thing about looking at an electric vehicle from your perspective, I really appreciate it, is because there are two ways of going about that. When as a municipality you decide to go electric vehicle fleet, then under the electric infrastructure development program, we can also incorporate solar batteries, hybrid. Instead of just plugging the electric charge into electricity, you can even have some solar panels on it. So then that way it will counterbalance the energy you pull out. Now, apart from that, if you look at the economies of driving an electric car, actually that tool that I use here to calculate, it looks at real life cost of gasoline and electricity to get you that cost. So based on my experience, I have an electric car and it costs me $5 to go for 500 kilometers. That's in terms of when I charge in, I calculate the amount of energy it has taken, and it cost me $5 to $6 to go 500 kilometers. And the maintenance is actually not there. Every year I take it to the dealership for inspection. Because it is under warranty, that's when I take it there. It's just, oh, $75. We want to inspect the car to meet your warranty. No oil change, no brake change, because the way these cars brake is when you pull your foot off the gas pedal, it slows down. And there are settings. You can make it aggressive. They call it regeneration. When you pull off your foot from the gas pedal, it will come to stop very fast. So then you are actually T and A on the brakes for an electric car is, depending on your driving, is you never replace them until you sell the car.
Thank you for sharing that. I guess I won't go for too many country drives, though, because there might not be a plug anywhere around. But today's today.
Not really, Madal, sorry to interject, but if you look at the Canada-wide plan, the federal government actually has a plan. They're putting a lot of money. They want in Canada at every 100-kilometer distance to have a fast charger in place. If you go to provinces like BC, they are doing the same also. Yeah, so it's good to leverage all these grants and apply for them, because I understand not always human beings, we get comfortable with what we are used to, and when change comes, and if it's for the better, we always like, no, I don't want to go there. I'm used to, which is the normal human nature. I also encourage the municipality to go ahead. I've not mentioned here a lot about solar energy and energy storage. Why this is very critical when you look at the electricity grid now. I'm sure you have heard of this buzzword, smart grids. Smart grids. What is a smart grid? So what they are looking at is in future, is instead of the utility giving you a bill, you'll be giving them an invoice. Traditionally, we have electricity generated in a power station very far away. Then there's the transmission line, brings it to the town of Old. Then from there, there's a distributor. So that mode of transport, of transmitting electricity, has been found to be very expensive for the power utility companies. The reason being is that whenever you're transmitting electricity, you're always losing some. So to go into the world of business, imagine you have put money in your account, let's say in Calgary, but if you want to withdraw it here and also they charge you a fee, like transmission losses. So what they found out that it's better if each, let's say a house or this office building has some solar panel and some, let's say, battery storage. Then during summertime when it's very hot, they don't have to transmit power here, but you use that power here locally. And if you are generating excess, you push the distribution network so that within the town of Old, that electricity is used here. Then that way, they'll save on the transmission losses. And also there's the economies of maintaining transmission lines. They are very, very expensive to operate and maintain. If you reduce the power flowing in them, then they can retain what they have for a very long time. If you look at the trend of family life, though we are getting more energy efficient, but technology is making us use more energy. I have a friend of mine who is a senior. When I go into his house, I always like it because, first of all, it's just a bi-level. He raised his family of almost 6 there. And when I talk to the wife, she tells me, you know, she migrated here from Austria. She said that when she grew up, the radio was just new. And that was the only appliance. And when she used to try and make dinner and dance, the mother would be like, hey, don't do that. And then after that, we had TV. So in the old days, there were very few appliances in the house. Maybe radio and TV only, the old phone. But these days, if you go in our house, there's so many gadgets. And all these gadgets, they are computer plugged in, several computers, there are TV sets, and all these are taking a lot of energy. So we have become more energy intensive than before. So that's why it's good to move forward and look forward and go into even these grants for solar with the energy storage, have them in place so that you'll be ready for the future. When that future arrives, it's not very far away. You're talking actually another 10 years, things will be different. Because I know the federal government also is funding utilities to start doing some pilot smart grid system where energy flows in both directions. Because that's the way the future is moving.
Councillor Ryan?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I'm just going to take you back here and get off the trucks for a while. I'm going to go back to the aquatic center. So I was interested in seeing the thing on the showers. So have you thought about the cost involved in doing one of those automatic shutoffs for the showers? Because I know in some places I've gone to that, you know, you're in the shower for 3 minutes and the water will shut off. Have you looked at that at all, or is that a possibility at our aquatic center? Because I know it's an older building, so.
Yeah, we look at that under the capital budget because that is the capital. When we started off, we first looked at what can we do now first. Then as we move along, we develop the long capital item, but shall also put that under the capital item and see what it will cost.
And this is supplemental to that, if you don't mind, just to Director Wagstaff. Director Wagstaff, how many showers are there in total in that, in the aquatic center or in the arena? Do we have any idea of what we'd be looking at for numbers?
I'd have to get back to you because, one, I don't frequent the ladies, so I'd have to ask. But no, seriously, I would have to go, ask each facility to do a count.
Councillor Cummings?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, as a side effect of your presentation today, the chart that you had given us about the specific units within the town, the consumption in dollars and kilowatt hours and such, I got stuck on that chart. I was staring at that chart for a long time, and I did some math because I'm an electrician, and I thought it was kind of odd. So, in all of the facilities that we have, except for streetlights, you're looking at an average of 13 to 14 cents a kilowatt hour for electrical consumption, but streetlights is 10 times that at $1.44. I would like to know, and I'm not sure if you can answer this, John, if you've looked into it as to why it's so much higher for streetlights as a consumption rate, 50% of our total electrical bill, based on the numbers that you presented to us in the chart. And I know you had mentioned something about delivery charges being most of the bill, but on average, according to the electrical providers in our province, the average delivery and transmission charges should be about 40%, not 97%. And on top of that, the delivery charges are based on meters, the number of meters you have, and that would really be the only difference inside the town, as of course the electricity is coming from the same power plant to the same transmission station or transfer station just outside of town, and then is being transferred into town. So there's something else other than delivery charges alone, or something about the delivery charges that I'm unaware of that's causing this 10 times more per kilowatt hour rate for streetlights. Now I know that a lot of communities are going solar streetlights. They're going battery backups, like I think we have in our parks. We have a few of those. but into the streetlight system. So there's solutions to get us off the grid and reduce that. I hear that. I don't know what direction you would recommend us to go into, but I'm not sure if you have an answer for me about why it's just so much more expensive for streetlight electricity.
Actually, I'm not sure who's providing, but I think we can go to page 106.
Yeah, sorry, that chart on page 106 is the chart I'm speaking of.
The disparity is there across all, but in particular, if you look at the aquatic center versus the streetlights.
Well, like I said, I did the math for every single center that's on the chart. You're looking at 13 to 14 cents, with the exception of the town hall being 17 cents and the other being 20 cents. Those are all within norm. They're all within a certain number that makes sense because we're doing a comparative. But the $1.44 per kilowatt hour for the street lights is just an exorbitantly large difference. And there must be something about it. Now, I'm taking a guess based on my knowledge of electrical transmission. There's a multiple of meters attached to the street lights, and there's a fee for each meter. For instance, my business had 2 meters in it for some reason when I bought the business, and I save $200 to $300 a month now because I've gone to 1 meter. So maybe that's the issue. I don't know. I'd like to know why, though, because if we're talking about economy here, that's half of the bill. And the math I did is you're looking at, based on the average kilowatt per hour, $43,000, not $440,000. So that's an incredible different amount of money that we're talking about. So it's been a long-winded question. Basically, John, do you know why it's so much more per kilowatt hour for the streetlights?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Yeah, we have looked at this issue of streetlights not only for the town of Olds, but all municipalities. They have the same issue. And what we found out is that the streetlights fall under different rate class. It is not the normal, each building, depending on how much power you take, it has a different rate class. I'll call a rate class is like pay as you earn sort of thing. But the streetlight, they're in totally different class. And what also found out that in that class, what the utilities are saying that they have a contract to maintain the lights. And they gave an example that, for example, if there's an auto accident, their crew is very efficient. They'll replace that light within, let's say, 24 hours. So they have added in all those overheads. All that said, there's actually a discussion going on with the utilities, Fortis, EPCO, ATCO, and they're all receptive. They're actually going to revise and look at that issue of the streetlight being in a different rate class where it is really very expensive. On a similar note, that also they are going to do that for the electric charging station because they were going to fall under the same rate class like streetlights, and that will have made them very expensive. But now there's actually a discussion because when this issue came up like sometime last year, we said, okay, what can we do? Internally, having meetings with other MEMs through the municipal center, we say the first thing is let's consult the Alberta Utility Commission and the utilities, but then someone who is more knowledgeable, a legal expert on the municipal center, he told us, no, the best way, don't go through the Alberta Utility Commission, that will take too long. First, try approaching these utilities direct and have a discussion with them. So right now there's a discussion going on to see how they can sort of make it better than this. Also, the other clauses about streetlights, very interesting legislation is that it is not easy for you to own them back. Something, the legislation which you are going through. There are some locations where you can't own some. It will be like the way the contracts were done under the law. It is very tricky. But all that is actually being reviewed now, and all that will come out. See how this should be better. I hope I've answered your question in a way.
Go ahead, Councillor Cummings.
Thanks. No, that was an excellent answer. The research that I was trying to do through the power companies, of course, they're very secretive about their information. I couldn't get any of that information from them, so that's very good. So the reason why, I guess in a nutshell, that it's so much more expensive is it comes with a warranty or a repair or maintenance contract and that's why it's so much more expensive. So
Yeah.
the electrical charging stations, that's new information to me as well, and I appreciate that, because that, I know the mayor and a couple of councillors have mentioned that charging these new electric cars, if it's 10 times more expensive to charge for the electricity rate alone, to charge an electric vehicle, that's going to be concerning to me tremendously. So that's something I'm going to be very interested in following. So thank you very much, John. I appreciate the answer.
Welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, and this is probably more a question for Director Linderman than for John, but on page 107, it kind of gives a breakout there that our delivery charges on our electricity for our streetlights, is it actually 406,950? So that's the biggest majority of cost for our streetlights is actually the delivery charges.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, well, I understand that.
Yeah, and it is all, like, as John said, it's linked to that rate code
Yeah.
that streetlights are rated at.
Okay, well, that makes, I guess, sort of sense, but it's unreasonable, I think, but anyway, well, everybody.
My guess is I think that's why Edmonton formed the company known as EPCO, so that they can save themselves this agony. So they simply take from the right hand and give it to the left hand internally, so they are balanced. Eh?
They'll pay one way or the other. Yeah. I just had a comment and or a question, conscious of the time as well, but I understand the balance act that we try to go through here with, call it whatever you want, the low-hanging fruit, the low capital upfront investment versus the financial reward at the end, and that balancing act. Having said that, I'm not convinced yet of an electric pickup truck, but I look forward to that continued discussion in the coming weeks.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering, John, have you looked at, I was on the Municipal Climate Change Action Center website. I'm sure you're familiar with that through
Yes.
AB Munis. Red Deer purchased an electric utility vehicle. So it's kind of a cross between a Gator and a downsized pickup truck, and they use it to help service, maintain their trails.
Yeah.
Have you or Director Grayco familiar or looked at an electric utility truck? Because again, depending on cost, if we're going to dip our toe in the electric vehicle market, that's something I might be convinced of.
I'll just kind of answer that a bit too. We have put in an expression of interest for a Gator as well, so a truck and a Gator, just to make sure we're in on both sides.
Okay.
So
And, thank you. Just a question, I'm not sure for Director Wagstaff, but again, when I look at that website, there's a couple of common themes, right? You mentioned like solar panels, and lighting retrofits, which you've kind of talked about. But two that we haven't, and I know again the sensitivity cost, are pumps and variable frequency drive pumps, and I don't know if that's an opportunity in the Aqua Center and the Sportsplex and the Aqua Park. And something a lot of municipalities are dealing with is a real ice retrofit. And Director Wagstaff or Director Grayco, I'm not sure if you've heard of that or familiar with that. And I'm sure it comes with probably a pretty hefty price tag.
I do believe actually John will be able to speak to a couple of those, and then I can comment at the end.
yeah, so like we mentioned about the pumps, actually, like when you look at the mechanical detailed design of the retrofits, we shall actually have VFDs in the pumps. But this is just about VFD, because I'm also very conversant about VFDs and life cycle and cost. It's not always that a VFD will save you money and energy, so it needs a very good balance. Some of the VFDs have a life span of about 5 years, and the replacement costs might outweigh the energy savings. I'm just mentioning, so when you come to that particular stage of design, you have to do preliminary study and actually put in the life cycle and cost properly. Just as an example, I want to change a bit and move to something called combined heat and power plant. So some people think combined heat and power plant is energy efficiency. It is actually not energy efficiency. That is what we call fuel switching. What is meant by that? Traditionally, in Alberta, it used to be that when natural gas price goes down, electricity price goes up. So then it made sense for you to generate your own electricity using gas, because gas is like a tenth the price of electricity. But if you look at the efficiencies, a furnace now, if you go to a high efficiency furnace in your house, for each dollar of gas you put in, only about 10 cents goes off the flue stack to heat the rest of all Zora Alberta. Why I'm using that analog, I want to go back to combined heat and power plant. Now for combined heat and power plant, for each dollar you put in, 15 cents will go to heat the rest of Olds and Alberta. Then the remaining 85 cents, only about 40 cents will go into heating your home. So that's the way I say, like, combined heat and power plant is not like, it is a fuel switching on cost, whichever utilities cost. Because for every dollar you put in, you are going to get about 40 cents of heat. But your furnace, for every $1 you put in, you are going to get 95 cents of heat. But people will tell you CHP is energy efficient. No, it is just sales jargon. I just try to give you an example about technology. So sometimes you can hear technology, the way it is like sold and marketed, you are like, oh, this energy efficiency is nice. But sometimes you have to pull back and have someone else do some due diligence. Thank you.
So following that technical explanation, you did see as council a recreation master plan regionally. And one of the pieces to that was to do an evaluation with the Sportsplex for its lifespan and inputs that we foresee that it's going to need. So right now our focus is on retrofitting items within the aquatic center because we do see the return on investment and lifespan potential there. When we're looking at the Sportsplex, it's going to be part of the considerations of what other dollars need to go into that facility and at what point does council and the community evaluate whether it's efficiency on energy retrofits or upgrades or needs in that facility. Have we hit a investment point where it considers whether we need to build something new? So that's what's going to be looked at over the next year.
So this is John. Is it okay if I add something based on what August mentioned? So as an energy biased person, I always recommend that when you do the retrofits for the Sportsplex, the aquatic center, at this time, particular moment in time, the federal government, they are inclined or leaning towards net zero building or towards net zero building. What does that mean? There are very few people, and probably hear about net zero building, they sort of get, how do I put it? They sort of like get, is it a heavy foot? They want to move forward because it looks like to be such a daunting task. But that's an advantage. It means if you put your application on the table, then you are likely to have something put on your plate because everyone is developing a heavy foot. So I'd encourage that council and the executive team, let's move ahead and be ahead of the rest of the people. Let's go ahead and go towards net zero because there's a very high likelihood of you getting even 100% funding. Because I know the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, if you want to go towards net zero, and for them their targets, I say they are not that difficult. They are talking of if in the next 10 years you can reduce your carbon footprint by 30% and a commitment, I think, in 20 years by 50%, then you are eligible to get that funding. So for me, I'll be like, I'll actually go for those fundings because then you are likely to get almost 100% of your fundings because the Federation of Canadian Municipalities will pay for all the engineering studies, what have you, to cover all the costs, the engineering study, the due diligence, to actually tell you how far you can go, because then you have the funding to hire the proper professionals to tell you whether you can really reach there. And then after that, you get the funding. Why I'm giving that example, 10 years ago, I installed the first 3 solar system in Inuvik. It was a pilot project, and everybody was like, man, are you crazy? Up there, latitude 63. Oh, sorry if I use the word crazy, maybe that's not good language. See, how can it work? You know, those solar systems up to date, they are working. I put up 3 solar system design build, was working with Stantec. One was for the fire hall, another one was for the recreation center, they call it Midnight Sun Recreation Center, and the other one was for their office building, like this town building, to power their air conditioning unit. We had applied for a grant to put air conditioning to Narcan in their office, but it was declined because it's going to consume more electricity. So when I was doing the energy study, they told me, John, what can we do here? I told them, okay, in summertime, you have 24 hours of sunshine. Why don't you put solar panels here so that it will shoot the cost of electricity consumption by the air conditioning system? And up to today, those solar systems are working. And of interest, when that pilot project succeeded, it was a study project for the Northwest. Now, if you go to the Northwest Territory government, there's a lot of solar activities which have taken place in the Northwest Territory just because of those 3 pilot projects actually I did. And it was not easy because everyone was like, this can't work. And one of the technical challenges, actually, I remember when you're looking at the spec sheet, the temperature in the Northwest in Inuvik goes to -60. The solar panels available back then could only, the manufacturer specified they can work up to -40 degrees Celsius. But up to today, they are still working. They haven't even failed. So as I say, like, I'll ask council and the executive team to just take courage and go for those net zero funds when they're available. As I mentioned before, have them on your parking lot. You know, I used to be told before that if you apply for something, you lose nothing because you don't have it. But you might get it when you apply, then you have something.
Good words of wisdom. Anything else for John? Seeing nothing? Oops, sorry, Director Grieco?
Certainly a great discussion. With technology advancing and there being a lot of different fleet vehicles that are turning electric, including ancillary equipment, I just think it's very important that we work through what the exact input costs are when we're entertaining any of this technology. If you're the city of Calgary and you have a little over 1,000 buses, they can take 10% of their fleet and try a pilot project and get really good cost analysis and analytics from pilot projects like that. So when we are considering a possible pilot project, instead of having it fleet replacement, because if the pilot project does fail and we're a smaller town, we would struggle to possibly perform with our snow removal if we went with a gator. So it's just important that we really take a look at the technology, what the input costs are, and go through that exercise before we proceed with this type of technology.
Thank you.
Just my 2 cents.
Good 2 cents worth. Any further questions or comments? Councilor Ryan, sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, through you to Director Lindeman. So on these grant programs that John has been talking about, would you see something going ahead on these prior to us talking budget and service level review? Because obviously, you know, like John said, the quicker we get in an application in, the better our chances. So what's your feeling on the programs and our timelines?
Yeah, so definitely we're working on putting the applications in. The big one for the Aquatic Center will be going in, I believe, this week. We do have funds already in the budget for a roof, so that would be our 20% contribution on our grant application. And then, like I said, we've already put in expression of interest for the vehicles, and then we would have that time to come to council at service level or budget time.
Great, thank you. And do we not have anything for the sport techs at this point, or not?
Not yet. We were working on the aquatic center because that was where our highest energy savings could be reached for the grant, but that will be next.
So that's our highest priority right now. Great, thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And thank you, John, for a very informative presentation. And could I get a motion to accept the energy management report done by John for information? Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I move that we accept the update from my energy manager, sorry. That was easy for me to say, as information.
All in favor and support? Unanimously approved. Thank you, and thanks again, John.
Welcome. Thank you.
And with that, I think we have saved last but not least our economic development presentation. Sandra? Thanks for patiently waiting.
No worries.
I don't think I saved this. I need 2 minutes to go save this to the thing, so if you want to call a recess for 2 minutes.
Thanks for coming back. All right, I believe we are in the home stretch for the meeting today. And Sandra, the floor and microphone is yours for economic development.
All right, great, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Wilson and Mayor Dahl, Council and Executive. Thank you for having me. So last time I was here was, I believe, beginning in November. So today's presentation is really a bit of a refresher from that, as well as an update on some of the action items that the Economic Development Office is currently moving on. So, with that said, if you recall, there's ultimately 3 approaches to economic development. First and foremost, business retention and expansion. Top of the list because it's the most important. With that, let me get to the economic development strategy and the execution of that strategy I will talk about in today's presentation. Number 2 being business attraction, so getting those new businesses in the community, and as well an investment attraction strategy I'll briefly touch on today as well. And the final item, which is business creation. So that's the encouragement of entrepreneurs in our community. So I'll touch a bit on what's happening to stimulate new entrepreneurs going forward in the community. So those are my 3 areas of focus for economic development. So with that said, if you recall, there were 3 critical areas in implementing that economic strategy that I talked about the last time I was here. The first, of course, is putting together the economic planning and action system, and that's the little vital cycle that happens on the left-hand side, which is necessary really as a positive feedback loop. So as we go through the development of an economic strategy, there's a lot of learnings that happen in that process. But this is a system that is all about a long-term strategy for how we implement, learn, and create an economy that really gives us information back. So every time we go through a cycle, it gets faster and faster because we become more engaged in understanding of the economy. So with that, the economic strategy is going to cover 2 key elements. One is helping us understand our foundation. So that's those 8 little bubbles I talked to you about the last time, which is essentially our marketplace. So 8 critical areas of our ecosystem, and then affecting our economic industries. So those are our driving sectors. So just as a brief overview from the last presentation. So we are right now engaged in the mobilization stage of that system. And ultimately working with the Economic Secretariat on that. And they're behind the strategy right now and helping us implement this system. So with that, the Secretariat is in a period right now of evolution. So we are looking at the directives of the Economic Secretariat and revamping that based on the strategy that we're going to be implementing, and as well who is going to be represented around the Secretariat table. So with that, we are in the process of looking at developing a new terms of reference for the Secretariat. And that will come out as we start to engage those new stakeholders and fully form that body. So with that, the things that we're looking at right now, and we are developing a database of subject matter experts on 8 of those critical areas of our economy, which is the foundation, and our key industries. So we're right now compiling who are those key stakeholders that we need to participate in the strategy going forward. So the action steps, where we're at right now with business retention and expansion, is engaging and informing stakeholders. So this past week we engaged with the college, who is now on side and going to be putting together stewards to represent some of those, hopefully a number of those critical areas. So we want to get out to the community right now and start touching base with some of those stakeholders that we've identified. So industry as well as service providers. Secondly, sponsorships. So part of that discussion is talking about a new funding model for economic development. where not just the municipality is in charge of funding these efforts going forward, but rather we also include industry in that. So just to touch briefly on that, recently read some information from the International Economic Development Council, who did a study a number of years ago on what funding models look like around the globe. It's largely US though. So years ago, the funding model used to be 70% funded by government, about 30% funded by private sector. Those numbers have since reversed. So when you look at other developed countries and jurisdictions, it's really going to largely funding model for private sector and institutions. So these are some of the discussions we're going to be having with these individuals. And then thirdly, identifying those stewards and engaging them to help lead the strategy. So it's going to be critical if we're going to do an economic strategy that has the potential for growth and impacting our economy, that we have a number of those stewards represented by private sector, as well as other nonprofit agencies and so forth. So the second part of this is we're also touching on a bit of the analysis side of the vital cycle in understanding these critical areas. So what we've been doing for a while is looking at various reports, recent reports that might have data and information in the last 3 to 5 years. So some of those key reports that have come forward, CAPE in 2018 did a study on 25 key industries across the Cape region, narrowed it down to about 12 for our region, and identified those key 12 sectors or industries as targets for investment, and then the reasons why. So it's a very good study, but again, it was done in 2018. So going to be reaching out to the firm that did that study to find out exactly what the criteria was for narrowing it down to those industries, and then how relevant is that information down to our smaller area. So probably be using a lot of the information from that study already and saving money when it comes time to do analysis for ourselves. With that, as well, the Regional Recreation and Culture Study that was just completed by Doug Shop has a very good jumping off point for the tourism sector. So tourism will be, of course, one of the 3 to 4 industries that we are likely to target in that strategy. Yeah, so that will help us in the tourism industry side of things. And as well, apparently Calgary Economic Development did an agriculture industry study in the last number of years that I haven't had a chance to get my hands on yet, but my understanding is it's quite good. So just reviewing what's out there. So again, if anybody's aware of any reports or anything that's out there in the last 3 to 5 years, please let me know, because it's going to save us some money in the long run. All right, now we jump into business attractions. So what we're doing on the investment attraction side of things are 2 critical things. One is assessing our investment readiness. So really, readiness is about our commitment to continuous improvement, and the province, or Alberta government rather, is lagging red tape reduction in the province. I think we've all heard this over and over again. And so what we're doing on that front is really looking at how do we improve our own processes and things like that. And number 2 is, of course, attracting investment. And that's all about generating and landing investment opportunities. So what we're going to be looking at, of course, is down the road. The economic strategy is actually going to help us determine what those investment targets will be. But for now, that doesn't mean we're not doing investment attraction. We are. So there's, and I will talk about that a little bit down here in the slide. So stopping at investment readiness. So what does this mean for continuous improvement? So what we want to do is be able to question our investors. What are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? Are we creating barriers for you? Have we slowed down development in any way? And we have to be willing as an organization to be able to question ourselves about those things and be real about the things that we need to fix. Questioning things ourselves about our own processes and policies and Are we investment friendly? And then 3, initiating projects, applying tools, and streamlining our own processes to make improvements in how and what we do. And finally, collaborating to identify and solve problems effectively. So these are some of the things that we've just embarked on. The pages are stuck. And recently, before Christmas, we actually had a meeting internally with various departments that are relative to landing an investment. Purpose of the meeting was to have, this is almost verbatim, to have a candid discussion with you, our internal technical experts, about investment readiness. The goal of this meeting is to identify what works, what doesn't work, and what can we do to become more investment ready. In preparation for the meeting, I asked everyone to ask themselves 3 critical questions. Is there anything that we could do to become more investment ready? Are there processes that we could streamline? And do we need more information? Are there major barriers that may be slowing down our development? So through that meeting, what we did identify with ourselves was that, in fact, we do need to make improvements. We agreed to prioritize this work, and we agreed to meet monthly and have set placeholder meetings to start having those discussions. So some of the 2 initial projects that came out of that meeting that I've engaged on moving on right away is applying some automated tools. So with limited resources and whatnot, if there's a way that we can automate some of the things that we do and streamline these things, we're better equipped to advance on some of these processes in a more effective way. And as well, promoting the community and area also needs to be improved upon. So those are 2 critical projects. We've only had 1 meeting initially, and...
Sandra? Sorry to interrupt. Can you confirm or remind me again, who was at this meeting? Yeah, when you said you were asking questions around investment ready, like who were the attendees?
Yes. So development and planning, so Scott's department was there, some of the managers from that department, as well as the finance department, human resources, and we had economic development. And I think, was that everybody? I'm trying to think. Yeah, I think that was about it.
Okay, so an internal meeting, no external.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. So with that, we get to the next slide. So the action that's happening from that is, as well from the meeting, we agreed that we needed to form what we're going to call a technical readiness team. So this team will meet monthly to talk about 1, investment opportunities that are currently in the pipeline. What are some of the red flags around those investments that we need to work on and advance as quickly as possible? But in addition to that, forming an external investment readiness team. So in addition to some of the things we're tackling internally, externally, we're also seeing some challenges around getting information and engaging the right people around some of the challenges that we're facing with development. So that, in addition to forming the internal team, I'm also in the process of engaging some of those external folks to be part of a team as well. So when large investment comes in, we can quickly activate that external team and have discussions. In addition to that, business development coordinator. So I'm in the process of positioning someone now that Larry's retired, and he's been a wealth of information to me and passing on information and whatnot. So Larry will be missed. I'm going to be positioning someone in a business development coordinator role that will help on the investment attraction side, as well as the entrepreneurship side of things. And then finally, initiating a communications and action plan to start addressing that second major challenge that came forward. So with that, we really need to be looking at our social media presence first and foremost. And the Economic Secretariat assisted with this. So what we did is we went out and we looked at the various websites that currently exist right now that provide information on our industries, provide information on what our competitive advantages are, and basically any type of industry-related information. So we have 4 key websites or URLs that take us to that type of information, that being Mountain View Corridor, Olds Institute. Invest Olds is a search that takes you to a certain page on the Olds Institute website, and Everything Olds. So what we know is site selectors, when they're looking for a place to invest, online is where they go first. So you have a limited amount of time to give them the information that they need right away. So when we reviewed these sites, we looked at things like, one, we need to position ourselves when we're reviewing this as investors. So if I'm an investor, what am I looking for? Can I get the information quickly and efficiently, or I'm being shot around to find the information and so forth? At the end of the day, the result was that each of these websites had different levels of pros and cons. And what we landed on for an investment attraction site, we really need to look at developing a site and taking some of those assets from those various websites and incorporating them where we can into an investment attraction site. On the tourism side of things, though, the Everything Olds website really seemed to have a tourism flair to it. So we felt that there was a lot of good, valuable information there on the tourism side of things. So from tourism attraction, we're going to be looking at potentially repurposing that website or taking it and redeveloping a new site. Sometimes it's easier just to do a new site, but those are discussions we're going to be having as we get into the tourism side of things. Okay. Still in business attraction. So right now what you see is essentially an example of a template for the sales funnel. So down the road, I'll give you a little bit of intro into what are the steps as an investment goes through the funnel. So essentially, there's 4 key steps. One is get discovered. This is when we learn everything we can about the investor and we determine whether or not they're a viable investment. Getting ready is getting them here for the site visit, meeting the team, having them do presentations, and learning as much as we can about that investment opportunity and what it means for us, and perhaps identifying some red flags around that with our technical readiness team. Then gate 3 is getting approved. That's all. Once we know the investment's landing, it's happening, it's all the regulatory pieces that come into play. So Scott's department comes into this, it's your business development permits, all those types of things. And then gate 4 is finally, this is the ribbon cutting stage. This is getting down to business. And this is where the whole thing around business retention expansion then kicks in. So what you're looking here right now is an example, but quickly before the meeting, right now, because we don't have an automated system, this is all done manually. So we're in the process of profiling the various investments that are in the sales funnel. So next time you see this, you're going to have current information. But what I can tell you right now is we've got about 9 leads in the pipeline, 4 of which are active, 5 are sort of black right now, not a lot's happening. But those 4 active leads, I would say we're looking at an estimated value of probably around $360 million if we were to land those. Jobs are estimated around potentially 100 jobs if they all come to fruition. So where we want to get to here is setting up an automated system, basically a client resource management software system that will allow us to quickly profile those investors, what their needs are, and know exactly who is in our system and understand the type of investment that's interested in our market. And then our ability to be able to quickly share that information across departments and streamline how we share that information would really help us on the investment readiness side of things. Okay, and then the business creation. So the entrepreneurship strategy, stimulation strategy, this one's a little different in that there is so much information out there right now on entrepreneurship tools and service providers and whatnot. For us to have to go out and reinvent the wheel, makes no sense. So it's more about promoting the service providers that are out there, the programs that currently exist, and essentially marketing what's out there, getting this information directly to the entrepreneur, who's, I promise you, 90% of them are not online looking for those services. So there's different things like Business Link. Business Link does tons of webinars on everything from financial planning to marketing your business to anything an entrepreneur needs, and they're free typically. So we just really got to be able to promote that to our businesses. As well, like you have agencies like Community Futures and whatnot that do entrepreneurship training and help them get their businesses going. So it's really about promoting those types of efforts. And then fostering a culture of entrepreneurship. We want to be able to market those people in our community that are starting businesses. One of the challenges that an entrepreneur faces when they start out is they're not thinking about that whole cost around marketing, right? Their costs are up front as far as what getting their business started, paying for the building, hiring staff, all those things that it takes to get a business going. So the marketing piece is where we can really come in and lend value to our entrepreneurs. So again, that gets us to the action steps. Engaging the new position, the business development coordinator, and connecting them to the entrepreneur service providers, and starting to identify how can we align those service providers to our efforts and get the word out. And essentially, again, it's all about attraction. So we need to get a communications plan in place to promote our local businesses, to promote our local entrepreneurs, and build the profile of Olds and area to the world. So this is a critical piece. Now, our communications and marketing team are great. The team that we have right now is very focused on the organization, and as they should be. Investment attraction marketing is almost a full-time job. It's working with social media, it's getting print out there, it's all those things to get us marketing on a global scale. So that's one key critical factor that we're going to be working on. And that's it.
Thank you. I will throw it open to any questions or comments. Yeah, sorry, Councillor Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sandra, you'd mentioned entrepreneurs and investors looking at the web for ideas on investment in our community, and I agree with you 100% on that. That's exactly what I did. And most of the websites that you just mentioned or mentioned in your presentation I also went to, including the physical brick and mortar Everything Olds when it was open.
Yeah.
For resources, when I opened my own businesses here, 3 of those 4 URLs that you mentioned, though, are from Olds Institute, and as the member on council from the Olds Institute, all 3 of those websites are down.
Yes, I just saw that today. I did a double check
and
today.
not operational, but
Yeah.
they were great wealths of information on our community and how to operate a business in our community. So hope we can get that information off those sites, even there though they're down.
Yes, actually, Everett Page sits on the Economic Secretariat and has identified that any type of information that we might need from the Olds Institute, that he would be happy to bring that forward and provide us whatever that content is. Absolutely. If we can save costs and not reinvent the wheel in certain areas, we definitely need to do that. On the industry side, when the site was live, I went in, I think our industry information was like 2015. So would be looking for a little bit more relevant information, obviously, but there's other information in there too.
Oh yeah, the commercial, I don't know if you've seen it, the commercial that Olds Institute created several years ago. I saw it when I was living in Victoria.
Yeah.
And it put Olds on the map for me to visit when I was traveling around looking
Nice.
for a place to move to. So it was a very good commercial. Everett should know all about that.
Okay.
To put you in touch with that commercial. Olds Institute probably still owns the commercial. So,
Okay.
and it was all over social media at the time.
Nice. Oh, I should be able to find it then if I YouTube it maybe.
Maybe on YouTube.
Yeah.
I'll take a look too. But Everett will definitely have access to the commercial itself.
Nice, good. Yay, video production.
CEO
It's not
Mayor?
cheap.
I believe some of those videos were transferred over to the corridor too, so we probably have access to those videos.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just, and I'll further expand on that. I think it was about a year ago, Director Wagstaff, correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of those videos were, I think, through Vimeo, V-I-M-E-O.
Okay.
Within Olds Institute, and they were transferred over to the town for access and availability. I'm not sure when it's happened, but yeah, it was on a platform I think called Vimeo.
Oh, perfect.
Through Olds Institute. And you're right, Everett would certainly be a resource there, and perhaps even Director Wagstaff.
Nice. Good. And the thing is with that too, with when you've got a lot of video content, if you've got the right videographer, he can take all that content as well and repurpose it all into a really great video, right? So that's great.
Are there any other questions? So if not, I have one or two or three, and maybe a comment or two or three. When you mentioned you've met with the Olds College recently, have you engaged with any other of the large employers in town, Sundial, Soft Gels, any number, or even some of the smaller mom and pop shops? Have we reached out in that regard yet, and will we?
Yes, and so this week, I think Wednesday, I have a meeting with Sundial. We did go out and meet with them with Larry initially to talk about a specific item, but I am going back, and this will be the first meeting that I have where I go in and I do that survey I talked about. So what I've explained to them is I'm looking for information on their industry, their markets, who they are as a company, what their supply chain is, and better understanding what their needs are. Where are they in the growth cycle? So this is the first of a number of meetings that I'm going to be having with industry on this front. So Sundial's really the first one that I've met with, or going to be meeting with on Wednesday.
Right, because again, you had, as you said, you addressed the new council, I think, November 1. You addressed the previous council, I think, in September, whatever. You talked about clusters, you talked about economic inputs and establishing benchmarks and performance measures, which I think are all key and critical to let us know where we're at and to be able to measure our progress forward. I assume that'll be part, or is part, of the database that's being built. Because I can also share with you through some of the reporting in town that I've had people express to me the concern around the timeline, the 3-year timeline for economic development. And I come from a process-oriented world, so I can appreciate the need for process and to be faithful to the process. But at the same time, I've expressions of concern relative to how this is going to map out and the speed at which it's going to map out. I would hope or ask or request that if we can make a project plan with some milestones, with some key deliverables, at what time, Q1, Q2, I'm not talking perhaps down to the day, but a roadmap and then some dashboard. And dashboard is, I know, an overused terminology, but again, just around the metrics, right?
Yes.
How much leasable space is there available right now? And how is that going to change or measure the progress in that change over time? New businesses, business licenses, and a lot of that information we have.
Yes.
Building permits, residential, commercial, kind of pulling it all together in a single
Yes.
repository, which I assume is where you're going with your database perhaps.
Absolutely.
Okay,
So I come from a place, if you can't measure performance,
Yes.
you're hooped, right? So you have to be able to measure what you're doing. So there's two critical performance measurement frameworks that I've had discussions with Burton at the college, who's fantastic. So we are right now talking about how do we utilize the college's team to start to measure that. So we can go out and hire a consultant to come in and do that kind of thing, but that's sort of knowledge that's lost, right? They come in, they do it every couple of years, and they leave. We don't want that. So if we can work with the college on this community measurement framework that we have in place, which I've shared with Burton, so there's two things. One, the performance measurement of those 8 critical areas. So there's about 50 indicators that we can utilize to measure those 8 areas. And then as well, at the end, so the goal, which is all about sustainability, equitability, prosperity, and quality of life. Those are the 4 critical areas that not just economic development, community development, and we as organizations want to achieve. So even though economic development is all about wealth creation, at the end of the day, that wealth creation has to land us at a place where we have an environmentally friendly community, where we have a sustainable community. So those 4 areas will also be measured under a framework.
Perfect.
And as we do it, we become smarter. And we start to find new things to measure. And that will evolve as well.
No, and that's perfect, yeah, and then it'll be helpful, I think, for this council with your quarterly updates to be able to say, okay, here was the roadmap ahead, here was the project plan going forward, and the deliverables, how and where did we do against those deliverables?
Yes.
Another question I had, unless anybody else has anything, sorry, Councillor Ryan, go ahead and then I'll chime in again.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lou Wilson. I would allow you to continue on your train of thought if it's the same direction. Oh, okay. You're all over the place. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Blythe, for presenting this, and I'm glad to see that there's been progress, because you always want to say, okay, you've presented a plan, to council at one point, and where are you now and how far you've come along. So I'm glad to see that you've actually identified some things. Definitely need to make sure that we reduce the red tape and make it easier and more accessible for anybody who's just start a business. I like the fact that you're looking at encouraging the entrepreneurship with programs that are already there. And I agree totally with marketing, and marketing not just the town, but helping other businesses market as well. And I think that's a good direction to go to. So I'm really pleased with this presentation and how far you've come along. I was also going to mention the measurables, but Mr. Wilson, or Deputy Mayor Wilson, had already gotten there. But I'm glad to hear that you do understand that that's a necessary thing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I forgot to answer your other question about the timeline. So I believe that comes from the 3-year comment I made.
Yes.
Okay, so the initial vital cycle takes about 3 years from start to finish. That doesn't mean developing the strategy. That means engaging the community, developing the strategy, setting the action plans, and identifying those flagship initiatives that we're going to be moving on, forming the council that will drive those projects forward. That gets you about year 3. Year 3, let me back up. So in the beginning of a strategy, everybody's gung-ho. We're all coming to the table to tell you what you're doing wrong. And we got great ideas. So we're all at the table. When it comes to implementation, we need more money, we need resources. There's less excitement at that stage, right? So year 3 is when we're at the implementation. Strategy's done, we know where we're going, we've already prioritized what's happening. So to put a little bit of context around this, I just sat in on the college's facility master plan. It took the college a year and a half just to do a strategy on their facilities and land zoning, just the college. So we're talking about an entire economy, right? So if we're going to do this right, it takes time. It takes engagement. And COVID's been a killer on economic development because we're a contact sport. It takes bringing people together, building that trust, building relationships, and getting your resources to the table. So that's where we're at right now. So yeah, a cycle takes a while to get the strategy going and get your action plan started. So that's the 3 years, and I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think it'll be great, that's part of the role we need to take on as far as communicating with people in town and educating them. Again, I appreciate there is a cycle. Patience is key, but get her done as well. So, Councillor Ryan, sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. But also, just because it takes 3 years to do that strategy doesn't mean that we're ignoring what's happening. So
No.
you could still be bringing players to the table and still doing, business attraction without the full strategy in place. So it doesn't mean that that's,
Yeah.
that other stuff can't happen, right?
Exactly.
All right.
Oh, yeah, there's still lots happening, irrespective of the strategy. And I was gonna mention in here, and I jumped past it, I read in the paper today, the Agriculture Service Board identified that there's 864 positions available right now, professional positions, for veterinarians and veterinarian techs. 864. So now we're at a reactive stage, right? We got to get to the province. We got to get the province to put some money in to get vets here. When you implement a long-term system and you're bringing industry to the table, we would have known about that 5 years ago. That would have been flagged. And so that's what I mean by a system. It's not just the plan. You need a system of engagement so that we have an economy that's not reacting to the changes in our markets, but rather we're proactively engaged in what happens when there's market changes. But that doesn't happen until you have a focus and you have the right people at the table and you present a forum that brings those issues forward ahead of time.
Thank you. And if there's no further questions on that regard, I have just a question around, or two maybe, around sport tourism. You touched briefly about tourism, but sport tourism, and I know I came across, the town was, I don't know if they still are, a member of the Sports Tourism Canada group, which is a group that helps facilitate and move forward activities within sport, hosting sport activities and events. So I'm just wondering your role, how you see that yourself fitting in, leveraging sport tourism. We know we have the Jewel in the Rotary Park, so will you be linking in with the local baseball association and making sure that every weekend we're hosting some kind of baseball tournament there? We've got the college and their activities, we've got the local minor hockey association, but I'm most interested in the Rotary Park and the great care that we put into those grounds and groundskeeping. Do you cover that off, and do you link with those guys and the soccer people and say, hey, we want to see a provincial event here every weekend through the summer, or how does that work?
Well, I'm a truth teller, so if I were to say, yeah, I'm gonna get an event here every weekend, I'd be lying. So, I'm not gonna tell you that. But part of the tourism piece is bringing together those types of groups to talk about exactly those things. What I can tell you on the sport tourism side of things, in my previous life, we put together a sport tourism association as part of the tourism arm. The reason we did that is there's a lot of money in sport tourism, there's funding available, and if you set up the proper process for a group that will work on doing nothing but attracting those events to your community, the profit can be quite high. But again, it takes management, leadership to do that. So through the tourism discussions, that will be on the list, and how we tackle that will be up to that tourism group to decide.
Do you have anything to add, Director Wagstaff, in terms of how the town has utilized that affiliation with Sports Tourism Canada? Or?
So in the investigation around Rotary Athletic Park and grants, our grants administrator found this association and thought it would be of value for us to join, which we did mid-2019. So I'm going to suggest we have not found the benefit yet because of COVID, because again, we started 2019 and we know what's happened since then. But already she has attended a virtual conference with them and felt that it was something that this community as well as the town would most definitely benefit from being involved in. And Council may recall that one of our pillars to an economic recovery coming out of COVID that we identified with the Emergency Operations Center was hosting of tournaments, which is sport tourism, because we identified that our restaurants and hotels We're missing about 12 weekends a year at least at quick count between high school and minor sports organizations within our community. And so you take 12 weekends a year where you have between 6 and 10 additional teams coming to our community. That's a significant economic impact.
Yeah.
So that's just the tip of the iceberg.
For sure. And again, just, I think for info, if I read the website right, for a town under 10,000, I think the annual membership is minimal. It's like $150, I believe. So minimal cost, but where they get you is if you access their consulting services and other ancillary services, then it's on a pay for fee or
Right.
fee for use basis there. Looked like there were some opportunities. Director Wagstaff.
And it was that particular conference that was done virtually in 2020 where we learned in more detail about the value of being able to do economic impact assessments. So again, we had funded 2 of the community organizations in the community through the Destination Olds Collective Fund to do an economic assessment impact. However, unfortunately, both of those events were canceled or postponed in the COVID era here. So we still look at being able to do that so we can get a baseline and start some of that data.
Thank you. All right, if I may, I have one last question. So to what extent, how do you leverage, do you have him on your #1 speed dial, James Carpenter? How do we leverage that? Because we all attended a networking session, I think, early November, right after the election, and he had his network of people there, folks that could tap into foreign-based investment and so on. I think one guy's name was Sean McKinsley or whatever. How do you see that role playing out as far as James and his role with Cape and his network?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So James is on the list, as well as 4 or 5 others. So one of the questions at the last Economic Secretariat meeting, while we were putting together that database, I asked, where's the money? So who are the people in our community and area that have access to a substantial amount of capital that may have interest in inviting or investing in certain opportunities when they come to the town? So obviously I'm not going to put those names out there, but I do have a list and will be having discussions with those individuals as we get down the road. So being able to have the necessary capital to advance things is critical. Now, when I say investment in an opportunity, you get the investor that comes in and they want the town to put money in and they want anybody in the community that'll give them money. That's a red flag. Then you have the investor that comes in, they get to gate 4, we know they're landing the development, and then they come and say, Sandra, where can I invest? Tell me who the head of the hockey team is. And I say, great, I'll give you their name, but let's also talk about the college. Let's talk about putting money into the college and training that you're going to need. And so, yes, we want to get to that point as well. And James and I have met twice, and we are going to be meeting again. I have to line up that meeting actually with him since the webinar on the energy project. Yes, because one of the investments I have, he could potentially help advance. And property owners is the other thing. So one thing that I have to talk to you about, Sheena, is identifying who in the community has property that's not listed, but they may be interested in selling. So I find it interesting here in larger centers, everybody wants to sell the land. Here, it's all on the down low. So I have to figure out who's on the down low and get their numbers so when opportunities come in, I can make those calls. So, I don't know, maybe it's something we put out on our property assessment letter or something saying, hey, if you got land, let me know.
Are there any other comments or questions? If not, thank you, Sandra, for your time. I look forward to your next quarterly report with great enthusiasm. And with that, I thank you again. And ask for a motion to accept the economic development report by Sandra as information. Councillor Ryan, thank you.
Oh, thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I move that we accept the economic development update presented by Senator Blythe as information.
All in favor? Unanimously supported and passed. And with that, I will adjourn the meeting at 4, oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Jesus. Thank you. Yes, item 7. Sorry, we're still in session. Yes, sorry. Business arising from the minutes, unfinished business. Thank you. My apologies. Any items? Seeing none, I will adjourn. Go ahead, Mayor Dahl.
Thank you. I can't see my computer time, but we always go by the clock, so I so adjourn the council meeting for February 7th at 4:13 p.m.
Perfect, thank you. All in favor? Passed.